that may not necessarily be meta in the first place, right? I do admit this is kind of a potential downside to our server where we do just like playing our mains, we like playing specific heroes rather than adjusting the drafts on what is needed.
The meta just seems to be a suggestion.
Yeah, but that results in situations where players are heavily focused on micro, as you guys have already pointed out, right? A very heavy practice towards making sure they play this hero as best as possible. They know every single matchup. They know how to negate potentially bad matchups, figure out where app can be effective even on a hero that may not necessarily be the most optimal pick.
As we set up for the match, we do have confirmation that the ladies have taken to their battle stations. Y'all can open up a new tab, check out the statistics and the drafts that went on at the wild card just about 48 hours ago. We gave over a trophy. They have earned their trophy, Virtus Joint Season Cup. That was a meta that was established. You'll be seen saying the meta we saw there isn't exactly what it might be come, the next few weeks. Is there a list of Farsa, Kimmy's, Zetian, Zushin, Angela, Baksha, Uranus, Yusun shit? I can go on
pretty much
forever.
all the heroes.
I can go on forever. Any one of these names I didn't see come up.
Right here, always been Ruby. I just love this Ruby playing. Very universal hero, very safe pick, very good under the sustain meta in the first place, and I'm gonna be honest, healer meta.
This guy is just churning out hot takes today. That's your second hot take.
Okay, here a big hot from me right
Again.
I don't like Ube.
What?
What's wrong with Ube?
What's wrong with
I
Ube?
hate
Are you
playing
allergic? Oh.
I hate playing against it.
Oh.
So you hate
I also don't like
successful in taking you down.
Yeah, but
So there is you're talking about a non-wish list because Ruby already showed up. We've seen Ruby in the lane, played by Influence Rage, one of the Latam teams. So, Ruby, but where?
honestly, I'm fine anyway. Really, you could play Ruby jungle. I would be a happy.
But that's besides the point.
Wish list.
There is a one hero that I really want to see resurge, especially
Not a single Rafael?
Not a single Rafael. Came reworked with the built-in Immortal, but you can choose which hero to bring
You can
up.
revive.
You can revive your allies and your opponents.
On demand. What? Your opponents?
Your allies.
There you go.
Hey,
I
why
know
not?
what I'm saying.
But yeah, as well, right? Revive your opponents too.
But that means, okay, so, and Rafael might be it's kind of new to this meta as well.
She's the most mobile.
That's right.
Canter. She's the most mobile heal. You have Angela, who just has to jump into someone.
Vision control with the skill 1 as
Global,
well.
yeah. She's fine. You have Florin. Also, Hayabusa or
Sitting
Lancelot.
duck.
Yusushin, you're dead. Hasn't shown up. Maybe today, maybe in the next few days here in the MWI, finally, we complete complete the I know if it's 3, it's trifecta, but what's 4?
Quadfecta.
Starting to limit the hero pool for the junglers, right?
Yeah.
Are they forcing like something like a Hayabusa pick or something like a Ling? I mean, technically, Fanny is still open. And the funny thing about Fanny is that I'm not sure
if it's just a bait from TLG and they're prepared up against Ramesses Fanny. But I think with this one, they're really forcing, yes, Hayabusas.
Have the Kimmies on the tables as well, but they want to pick up that R lot. So Aria wants to pick something that's more comfortable with her, a nice little setup hero that could never go wrong.
Yeah, Arlet, also a hero that got buffed in a pretty notable way in the previous large patch, now having much better quality of life in lane, faster animations, quicker recharge timing on the passive, which ends up resulting in overall more damage and more sustain. The setup ability of the Final Slash has always been very strong, and with Uranus already taken off the table, there's not a lot of XP laners that fight against it. It is also a very good combo option with the Fredrin, which GG has just locked in.
To be honest, in this meta, I'm not really looking into too deep onto lane matchup, but like you said, definitely hold himself up against more of these sustain kind of EXP laners. We teased about the Lapu Lapu as well because it has a lot of new backswing animation reductions as well as higher damage reduction from the passive stacks when you get from the Bravest Fighter as well. So Na'Vi will choose to pick up the Farsa and the Gatsukacha. GG responds with the Fredrin as well as the Kimmy. So a little bit more late game centric for Gaming Gladiators. I think they do have a plan for the second phase of the pick. But for Na'Vi though, they're more towards like, let's get zonal control. Let's get something that is more annoying to Panda. Let's take her out of the ball game and not let her be able to play her game as comfortable as possible.
Yeah, from first half, possible, and then the CC showing up to make sure it doesn't get banned out, to make sure that they're able to control the EXP lane against a very powerful pick in that Arlet. This means that Na'Vi wants to prioritize early game rotations. They want to have heroes that are able to pressure their lanes and then pressure the map in return. Jungle invasion is not something you typically consider against a hero like Fredrin, but if you are able to do so, it already limits a lot of his ability because he needs to get those first.
Na'Vi and MWI, you have that cross map plays, and I think both of these teams understand that macro is going to be the name of the game. Also get, so maybe Lavi might be able to pick up that Lancelot. It has a little bit of a hybrid kind of build that you could go for, a little bit more versatility on that Lancelot.
Yeah, I think GG is already scouting out that because of the putting into the draft, there's a very big possibility that they're going for more of a scaling jungler, Ling being the most play that classic front to back around this Fredrin, delaying and denying heroes that can dive the back line.
You know what this is? I think that GG's playing that composition that you hate the most.
Little worried about that. That's why Navi even banned out the Matilda. Alright.
Yeah, because you're being biased out right here for Navi MWI. I do like that odds. You have a little bit of lane control in the side lane. You have minion stacks, but I don't doubt
ideally wants to get heroes that are able to prevent the backline dive and at the same time offer a little bit more resistance towards the early game.
They do have a lot of crowd controls. They have single target pickoffs. They have a tanky front line as well in the form of Arlok, Kalea, as well as Fredrin. And you have backline heroes. The only threat that GG has to deal with is that Lancelot and the Gato just diving straight into their backlines. Maybe you have the potential to deal with the CC as well. It might take a little bit of time to try to disrupt the CC from getting into the backline, but a traditional front to back for GG might work out well in favor for objective takes. But for Navi though, they don't really need to care about objectives since they have that zone of control from the AOG as well as the Predator Airstrike with that Farsa.
If they want to continue going for early lane pressure, then you want a gold laner that can take care of themselves fairly well against the Irritel and can also protect themselves from Kalea later on. 1-1 and Moskov are already off the table. Ooh, I was more thinking something like Bruno, but Harif going to be the last pick from Navi.
I know a lot of teams in Wildcard, they don't want to pick up their Harith. The damage that it deals has been nerfed to the core, and they don't really see a lot of value in the Harith. But right now, I think there's a little bit of a difference here in terms of getting the Harith up on top. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Am I right?
I don't know. I feel like Harif is kind of broke. That's the issue that we've been dealing with, right? Ever since the Starleo Scythe nerf, this hero has not been having as much success.
Hey, it ain't the hero, it's the player. So if a foul is comfortable with the Harith, we'll see how they play around this. And I think for Harith on a lane-to-lane matchup against the Irithel, it's easier for Harith to get in closer to the Irithel to deny a lot of the burst damage and the physical damage reduction.
One, and then the Kalea passive offers you much better trading, means that Gaming Gladiators has actually regained control over that part of the map. This makes early jungle invades impossible and gives Nick.
Look at the level playing kind of aggressions and as well as clashes. So I think for Navi MWI, trying to play, is there anything that speaks out to you, Sadafa?
Looking at the emblem setup overall, there's nothing too unusual. Weakness Finder on Sayori means that they are leaning more towards late game scaling. Otherwise, it would be Quantum Charge to take advantage of more mid game pressure. We also have Sprint on Panda. So not going for that Purify takes on Navi instead.
First turn of the game, Nicolette's already in position. Aria level 4, waiting to Gladiators take one kill, and now MWI secures the turtle.
Fairly 50. Their trading is not too bad either way, but Gaming Gladiators definitely had a better position for Arena.
I think Gaming Gladiators was not actually looking for the objective takes, because right now it's more of like, let's trade for kills, let's trade for turrets, and I think for Gaming Gladiators, in passive rework that Lancelot enables Lancelot to just for Na'Vi, are they looking to set up the aggression with intimidation?
In one word, yes. Looking at the way more conditional compared to Gaming Gladiators, because they have that Kimmy, they have airstrike. Objectives.
To be honest, what I know this about Na'Vi MY was that they, whenever the turtle spawn, able to just get into position much faster than what Gaming Gladiators can do. And Nicolette slowly picking up the pace, and I'm looking at that jungle clear speed, especially from Na'Vi MY. You already have level 5, so Nicolette's really holding up well against that Lancelot. Now on the other side of the table though, what do you think of the EXP to EXP lane matchup?
Well, on paper, CC should be able to do quite well, but after the recent buffs, Arlet is actually capable of sustaining himself in lane. We can see that Sha going for the lane freeze instead. I think that's a very smart choice.
Nicolette dives in, getting taunted up. Airstrike try to push everyone back. Nice tsunami slam into the wall, over the wall, and AOG out of the way. Ramoon playing with death just a little bit more as Gaming Gladiators almost taking one down.
Yeah, that was actually really good spacing of cooldowns coming in from Gaming Gladiators. They didn't commit all of their abilities at once to try and burst Raymond down, because they know that Gatot is not going to go down that easily. They space it out. They're able to get him out of the feathered airstrike, but then they decided, okay, we do not need to commit on this. Let us just go and play the map instead.
It's a little bit of a slow movement. We got Ramoon trying desperately to give a little bit more vision. Ooh. No AOG though. It's Sayori forced to get the flicker out of the way. Arena, she wants to kill him with kindness, but Rena woke up one day and said, I'm gonna choose violence this time around.
Really well played from Raymond right there. You get engaged on instantly. The unbreakable two-man taunt sets up for the feathered airstrike, and Rena is able to chase down a very important target. The more they can delay the farm on Sayori, the more time Na'Vi MI will have to play around. Because once you get into the late game scaling, this Kimmy is going to become their biggest problem.
Scoreline, economy, equalizations coming in from Gaming Gladiators. Panda is actually trying to go over to the mid lane, trying to get as much funneling economy into herself as possible. We're starting things up onto that turtle. Haney uses the fair airstrike, trying to kick things up. Nice little flare, the final slash onto Haney, but able to use the wings to get out of the way. In deep, Arya, one more hit, might be able to go down. Nice little swing and a slash. Rena actually takes one down after another. That's 1-for-1 for both sides. The turtle getting dished, getting dodged. Ramoon is just waiting for her inevitable doom.
That was excellent adjustment from Gaming Gladiators. When the fight started, it was almost 100% going to be won out by Na'Vi MY, but I think Rina might have missed a puncture, and that ended up costing them a lot of their damage. Gaming played it slow, backed up into their front-to-back positioning, and used the passive from Kalea to actually prolong the fight, in which they would have the obvious advantage, trading area to get Gaming Gladiators
away. But, you know, the Ferrari strike doesn't really matter as much. Get a tsunami slam into the wall. Shaw able to dash out of the way. They're focusing on that turret. They need to take that T1 down up the top side. Nicolette trying to zone out the members. Haney and Ramoon can't even get close. They take on that T1 and they get out of the way. That's a drive-by from Gaming Gladiators.
I'm really liking the rotations from Gaming right now. Playing the map, going for not overly committing. They already, so that's something they'll have to keep in mind. But now Raymond
does have the AOG, so he is safe as Revitalize keeps her up and alive for now. Now focusing fire, they have that 5-minute kind of a composition turnaround as Arya on 1v1 against Rina. So Arya should be the answer for the late game side lane split push. So you want to send that R-Lot over to the side lanes to maintain that priority over these major objective takes. Is that enough though, Siddharth?
I think it's more than Gaming Glad should just now team fights once you get into the late game, because they just have so many more tools to play around with. They don't even need to fully commit macro necessarily, as long as they set up the map advantageously in the earlier stages. When we look at their itemization as well, I actually kind of like that there were 2 dreadnoughts on Arya and Nicolette. There was actually no magic defense itemization because they know they can cancel Feathered Airstrike really easily.
Conceal play, just to scare them away. As right now, Vengeance trying to pull them over for Airstrike, trying to save Shaw from harm's way, but getting pulled back. Saruri takes up that kill. Ramoon stuck in the middle, waiting for an inevitable doom. Nicolette will pick up that kill, but from the back line, you have Rina trying to dash, weave, swipe it away. Will not get any kills whatsoever. Gaming Gladiators still up on top. Sayori down low, almost taken out as they went out on another trade. But here's the kicker though, and Na'Vi are still up ahead in terms of economy. What's happening, Sadapa?
And they're still farming the map pretty well, because we have to know, Gaming Gladiators have a lot of tools, but that also means that their heroes need multiple members around to make use of those tools. The fact that they're rotating together quite closely means that they're not farming the map quite as effectively. I imagine Fao Fao actually has quite a lot of gold at this point, because this Harif has just chosen not to participate in any engagement.
Oh, coming in, Haney doesn't have the wings by wings, able to walk and prance out of the way. Nicolette taking a little bit damage, but they're not targeting onto that turtle. Arya getting ganked on by 2, down the bottom side. Shaw trying his best, but Arya actually gets away from harm's way. This is a turtle getting decimated, and the Lord getting coming up into fray. Na'Vi MY able to zone out into this one. Gaming Gladiators, what is their play?
I think they can take this slowly. They're trying to force something out. I'm not sure about it though.
Oh, Ashley taking a little bit too much damage. Tsunami Slam gets her out and safe out of the way. But you have Arya chasing onto Haney, taking a lot of damage, not able to get out of the way, and she goes down. Gaming Gladiators loses 1, and I don't think this Lord will be contestable by GG.
And literally right after I said it, slow it down. You do not need to force things out. Gaming has tools to pick off members of Na'Vi, but they basically walked into the artillery line there. Feathered Airstrike comes down, they're all grouped up together, and then Arya tries to force herself into the backline to get some sort of pickoff when the rest of GG is already backing up.
It's a lot of damage, but I don't think they care. Na'Vi MY just using their bodies to source for more information. A little bit of a reconnaissance party here for Na'Vi, and vision is all they need, because now Gaming Gladiators, they're working hard as a unit and ape strong together. As the girls, they're starting things up again. Gets Tsunami the wall, Airstrike try to push everyone back. Sorry, into deep fire from they all takes her around. You got reinforces, no escape down. They members down for GG. They're sounding the alarm, pulling the trigger. Ashley just delay her inevitable doom. No more Tsunami Slam, and she goes slam into the graveyard.
No, that is not right now as Gaming Gladiators. They're not following their front-to-back lineup. They're trying to force things out. I'm honestly seeing some gaps in communication here where some players are trying to make things happen, but the rest of the team isn't actually following up on it. Are they making the call? Are they just not prepared? Either way, it is costing them dearly, and Navi MWI have now built up a pretty sizable gold lead. They have a Lord on their side. Gaming cannot afford to make mistakes like that anymore.
Fafao is actually coming up online. It's 2-0-3 for this Harif. We all thought that on case for Harif because of the adjustments in the previous. Right now, Fafao showing Harif still relevant comes into the team fights. I don't think it's all like the main damage from the Harif itself, but also the way that she bends herself. She just up. What are your thoughts, Alpha?
I think it's very greedy of Sayori to go for a Sky Piercer second item when they're not really that much in the lead. Hani has not actually died yet, already has the Genius Wand. We do see the Brute Force Breastplate, so Lancelot going for more of the Semi-Bruiser build, and that is allowing Navi to really prolong these fights even though they are dealing with a Kalea. You can really see the healing nerf come in.
Oh, Arya tackled on by 4. She will fall in the process. GG for losing competition. They're losing their minds over this one. They're running around like hitless chickens. You have a loose member from Navi MWI up on top. Rina doing and making quick work off the long lane. As Gaming Gladiators, they're struggling on that defense. They're starting things up yet again. 2-man traction pulse into the fray as they pull someone back in. Ray Moon goes down by the hands of Sayori, but it's not enough. It's 4 members down by GG. Nicolette is all that's left as Navi MWI cleans up shop. Arya comes back out, but I don't think it's enough. You got a minion waves coming in. Navi MWI might just end this off. The final slash might look pretty, but it's not enough. As the throne will get taken out. Navi MWI, that's a first victory.
Almost as quickly as it began, it came to an end. A single strike surgically placed into the heart of their opponents as Navi MWI claims game number 1. Definitely some things that needed to be worked on by Gaming Gladiators there. The start of the game looked really good, looked really clean, but they found it difficult to adapt as the game went on, and the flexibility coming out of Navi was what won them out in the end. Let's go ahead and bring Mr. Leo back onto the desk. What did you think about game 1, sir? Oh, is he back yet?
One day.
And
that day's today.
You gotta have an epic entrance.
How was your nap, Leo?
I did not nap.
I'm just kidding.
I watched the game. You know I was close to you like your shadow. I would say GG had a great draft.
Yes.
Very rarely do you get the likes of an Iya, a Kimi, a Fredrin. I'm just naming all the heroes, right? On the same lineup, but here, all right, we're going to be seeing the highlights in just a bit, right?
Yep.
I think on paper, what was happening was they just did not know how to use their resources, and Navi punished them hard for that.
I agree with you, because in these first few fights, Gaming Gladiators fights slowly adapting to the situation, spacing out their crowd control to pick off members. But then as the game went on, there was a sort of unnecessary desperation to make something happen on the map, even though they could arguably wait and scale.
Yep, they put a lot of pressure on Redmond. And how many times was that they killed Redmond? Like 3 or 4 times? How many more times did Redmond get away with it? And I think that's where the frustration builds up, which eventually leads to them being scattered on the map. And I get how they got to this position. I watched it minute by minute, beat by beat. This is not looking good for GG and Navi. They just know how to punish hard. They knew how to slip between the cracks and end quickly. Well, what was that? Less than 12?
Yeah,
it was like 13 minutes.
The first Lord, anyway. There are some patterns that Gaming Gladiators actually brought out. The first is that they work better if they are in a defensive position. If Navi MWI goes in deep into their own jungles, they have what it takes to get a defensive play and try to win on some kills. The second is that there's no means of escape. It's do or die.
And this is what I alluded to earlier. Remember when I said these this may be a detrimental factor. Play. But what if it was like,
What was just
right now?
Real issue no, I don't think so. I don't it's as funny as it might be. I feel like the issue for GG this game was that they went into every fight with a checklist. Kalea catches the first one in front, Traction pulls him in, locks him down. Aria goes to the backline, cancels feathered airstrike. Every single fight, the goal is to do these things. Pretty much. The problem
see that the reason why possibly the Harith got away with so much and got bank in him is because of how they played this game, how they managed to put enough pressure on Sayori so that they questioned their mid lane rotations, how they managed to, again, whether it be Arya's fault or Navi's fault to put Arya in such a weird position, led to them missing the roam for most of the fights, and then that just naturally
and it felt like Fao Fao didn't need to use Purify the whole game. Right? Isn't that an issue? That feels like a problem. They were using
because she
so
doesn't
many
show
things.
herself. She doesn't show herself until the 10th minute mark, until the first lore of the game, and then they just win it.
I think it's less that she didn't show herself. GG was dealing with this checklist. They
Yes.
were
Even worse, if they do that, they don't have any resources left for them anyway, right? Because you're using all your big ultimate
$13 you reckon?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, it's around 13 minutes. Aria actually their heroes very well. Reno only came in the last minute. You have Fafa
really in the they won 2 series regardless of how many losses.
Into my jet lag, and I think this might be coming through.
It has been about 48 hours since these ladies have landed, but that's more than enough time to make up for it, given that Game 2 is upon us. Here we go. Churros, Staffa, take care of business.
Thank you, sir. We will catch up with Leo after this game. Will it be the end of the series, or will we be going to a game number 3? Game in Gladiator is now under the spotlight to see whether or not they can adjust their strategies to deal with Navi Malaysia. They have swapped sides, so they're going to be on the opposite sides of the draft this time around. Navi going to be banning out the Badang, the Gatot themselves, as well as the 1-1, whereas the Uranus and Yi Sun Shin will be taken out on the red side.
Apart from the heroes, pretty much similar from the first game. But take a look at the girls on both sides of the table. You have Navi, MWI actually feeling very confident, very calm and composed, but you have a lot of focus, very locked in kind of phases coming in from GG. So from both these two teams, I guess they have a different way of locking in. For Navi MWI, it's just another game. It's just another game. But okay, coming back to the draft. GG accessible, EXP shallow pick, but now the Boxy are getting first pick up by Navi. So take a look at a lot aside of that from coming in. You're getting picked up here by Panda as well.
Very interesting choice to go for the Granger here. Still an okay goal lane pick, but definitely not nearly as strong. Strength of the hero doesn't really play the biggest role, since Navi already won game 1 with a Harif, which we all thought was just out of the meta entirely at this stage. Granger will provide some good poking potential and is a good way of whittling down a hero like Baxia from afar, but you're still going to need a solid front line to be able to stop it, and I don't know if I agree on Kalea.
Actually, GG likes to just play the front-to-back, that traditional front-to-back kind of composition. So we talked about Selena as well. Navi MWI actually picking that up for the mid lane, might be up into maybe even the jungle, because you still have the buff from the previous patch where Selena can play in the jungle a bit more freely. You might even throw in the roam position. It might be a possibility as well. But they are going to pick up the Irithel. And like Leo said, I do agree with him where Irithel is one of the better marksmen to pick in this meta, just because of how mobile she is. You can dash away from the Death Sonata as well. So it makes it harder for Panda to deal her shots. And it's a very greedy lineup right now with Hayabusa and the Granger coming to play from GG. Both of them actually need so much more farm to come online.
Ooh, this is this is risky here. Like you mentioned, Churros, Haya and Granger both need items, both need farm to really start making things happen. Granger can afford to play a little bit safer, but Hayabusa needs early snowballing, and the Baxia is not an easy target for you to take down. Selena could be an option, but part of the reason why the hero was good before was also because of the map vision that it's able to provide you with those abyssal traps, right? You just set them up around, you make sure that you always have vision over where your opponents are going to be. Right now, I'm not too sure how I feel about Gaming Gladiators draft, but we will see how it comes as we jump into the second phase of bans.
GG banning out the Ling as well as the CC. You don't want to deal with that up on the EXP side, but on the side of Navi MY, taking out the Chusin, I think the Zetian hasn't seen the light of day just as of yet. They might think of taking it out, and then you play a little bit more vision, because right now you're facing up against the Selena. Once you have the Selena traps around you, give your team a little bit more vision control, and I think Zetian would be a viable possibility to pick.
I can see that. Right now, I'm very curious about the CC ban. Banning CC here indicates that GG probably wants to lock in their EXP lane as the 4th pick after the bans conclude. But what hero would really be prioritized here?
Farsa. You got a Farsa wide and open, creates a lot of pressure and space, but then
it's vulnerable to Selena and
three
Baxia,
vulnerable
though.
heroes. Yeah.
Like, banning out CC. Usually you'd ban out CC against Uranus. Uranus is already banned. Phoveus, but not very good against Navi right now. Glue, but also not very... Lapu is probably the most likely EXP option, but if GG wants it, they need to lock it in now because
That's
there's a chance Navi steals it away. They go for Zetian.
Yeah, it's more of a passive play. Doesn't do a lot of damage, and we talked about this yesterday as well when we were like discussing about the viability of Zetian. Basically used as a utility mage. You want to give a little bit more vision on the Fury of the Phoenix, but as well as maybe try to set things up together when Ashley goes in with a Kalea. You throw down your Fury of the Phoenix. Maybe you can get a little bit more burst damage when you have that Venn diagram. The circles coming in and integrating it together. So Lancelot will be picked up once again. Right now, I think much easier target onto this Granger, but then chasing Granger is not what you want to be.
Yeah, I mean, it's not ideal. But it's still something that you can do, especially now. Ranger are generally going to be quite consider the lack of crowd control on GG right now. They need CC, they need a strong hero that can form a secondary front line that can protect the Granger and the Zetian if they're diving. And this is just straight up a dive comp from Navi.
Yep. Up from the back. So I think that might be a little bit of a risky situation that they have to play around, but they go back to basics and Terizla getting picked up.
Rizla. Oh, right. I can see that being quite good. It is a very strong match. Ignore Terizla and
That's
dive their
right.
back line.
So what is the thought process here for GG? They do have two greedy heroes, a utility mage, not a lot of damage in the early game. Do they play late game? Is there a way for Nicolette to hyper-focus onto a main target? And who is the main target?
The ideal for GG, if they can get early snowballs into the Hayabusa, that would be the most ideal. Maybe put a bit more pressure onto the Terizla to immediately unlock him from the side lane and allow him to currently one game down against Navi Malaysia. Can they bring it all the way?
Pressure is definitely on for GG. One more game and Navi just takes it all. You're in, and it doesn't look too good in the group stages. And on the bottom side, you have Sayori. Immediate rotation. Pressure and try to get.
Already mentioned going to help out the Terizla early is going to be good.
Ooh. Ooh. Way too much damage taken. Very risky play from Ashley. The turret shots actually brought her down from almost full health to down low. Arya taking a little bit too much damage. Swipe and flicker out of the way. There's a crucial resources wasted for Gaming Gladiators. Right now, they're being on the aggressive too early. Haney getting the stun up. Might not be able to hit Sayori, and Sayori gets out safe for now. But you can tell, totally tell that a lot of aggression coming in from Gaming Gladiators. Is that how they want to play against Na'Vi?
I think it is, but
As Na'Vi rotating upwards, but Sadafa didn't get to their strengths.
yeah, that Arya was not even level 4 at the time Na'Vi was contesting the turtle, so there's no way they can take a team fight there, go plus, get in a snake lead. That is exactly what they needed to do, and then they back it off to make sure they do not overcommit the way they did in game number one. Continue playing around this sort of situation. They actually have a good fights against Na'Vi early. That might actually be a win con.
Yeah, Panda just playing a little bit more. Seeks out where Ramoon is, and they're losing. A gold plate turret up top. Got a Tsunami Slam onto Haney, unable to finish the jump time though.
Hero of being a very fast rotating early frontline tank, keeping herself in a place where you can either back up the top lane if Gaimin decides to go for a full dive, or help out Hani in case Nicolette shows up on the opposite side of the map, which in this case, they're aware that the less resources they give the game in early, the easier it'll be for them to take control of that mid game, because that is where their heroes really start coming online.
Ooh, risky play from Ashley, diving in, forcing a flicker out of the way as Shaw tries to get too deep. Ashley getting hit on by 3. You got a penalty zone already committed. There's a 3-man stun. Shaw hit the mark right on Gaming Gladiators, pulling.
Definitely see that, and that was a beautiful. Fafa is interested in fashion design, you know, because that was a work of art right there. From Na'Vi MWI, Gaming Gladiators made a huge mistake. They already lost Arya. There was no reason for Ashley to try and force a flicker catch, and then the rest of their backline walked up to back her up and instantly got 3-man stunned by the glue of all things. They cannot keep doing this, Churros.
It was 4-man, and Sayori already popped that shield because Ramoon was actually on her back. And Sayori needs to be able to find a way to play a little bit more passively. Right now, you don't really have a lot of damage. Over the wall they go. And you got Rena actually dashing, weaving, bopping away as Gaming Gladiators are falling. Sayori goes down as Rena tries to come in for the counter-attack. Zarya next to fall as Ashley unable to watch her children stay alive in this small little skirmish. And as I said, Gaming Gladiators, they had a much better round in the early game, but they are struggling when it comes down to the mid. Nicolette able to dash and weave, Bob out of the way. It's Navi MWI ramping up the
are starting to see this game go down the exact same path as before. We can see here in the instant replay, they tried to go in on the lands, but look at how much damage the Thorn Rose does, and then the instant Abyssal Arrow follow-up. The communication from Navi MY is on point. And when Panda's already backing off, the rest of GG is just hovering there very awkwardly. They need to decide.
Too much damage, she will fall, but hands off a foul. 5,000 gold lead for Navi MY, and they're looking for all these turret trades. Nicolette versus Rina is 1v1, able to dash out of the way though. Is Nicolette. Use their shadows though.
The items right now, they're a 5k wise choice, since most of the damage coming in from Gaming Gladiators is going to be physical. Only Hunter Strike completed so far on both Nicolette and Panda. Even trying to go for that Sky Piercer, second item on the Granger. It is a key item build, but not sure if this is the right game to go for it. I also might dislike the War Axe first choice for Aria. You need bulkiness now. That damage is not going to help you.
Sadafa, if you're GG, what is your game plan right now? Do you go for the team fights? Do you try to play more defensively or passively, try to just let that give up all of their turrets? They do have a little bit of high ground, especially from Panda and Sayori, so it might not hurt them for them to stay huddled and turtled up on their base.
You literally have no choice but to either turtle or try and play risky to go for map farm. And it looks like they are going for the latter, sending Panda down bottom to get minions.
They can't take out the T1
yeah,
bottom
Navi
side.
is just rushing the base.
Okay. Aria taking a little bit too much damage, able to force that flicker out of the way. Sorori comes in for a back, trying to push them out of the way. Gaming Gladiators is able to zone Navi out just for now. Abyssal Arrow misses by a hair. They might not want to go for this counter re-engage. Not a lot of damage from the Shadow Kills. Nicolette dashes out with the shadows. As Gaming Gladiators, they're struggling to keep up.
We have reached the point of the game where Gaming Gladiators just straight up has no damage. They do nothing to the members of Navi MY unless they're somehow able to jump on Hani. Otherwise, you are going to tickle Sha and Ramon most of the time, and Navi MY is more than aware of this. It's so easy for them to dive. And we talked about this during the draft, right? There's a lot of heroes on Navi that can just ignore the Terizla and go for the backline, but they're so farmed at this point that the Terizla is basically a pebble on their path that they're kicking aside. They don't need to ignore him because to them, Aria no longer exists.
Nice Abyssal Arrow. They might not be able to have that damage to follow up. It's Ashley getting possessed on by that stick. Oh man. Man, that's 2 levels ahead. I don't think she'll be able to survive this.
Even on Rina, you can see the Oki Shadow Kill barely does anything. Even though Nicolette is buying a lot of time, there's not enough map control for the rest of Gaming Gladiators to do anything with the space created. Nicolette goes down. Somehow they pick up Aria as well, who's hovering around the Lord Pit.
Very dire situation from Gaming Gladiators. Now they don't have their jungle. They can't contest for this Lord. It's Navi and taking full control of game number 2.
Messy. I am seeing a lot of messy plays. Really, no reason for Aria to be that far out. Your jungler is getting chased down across half the map. Where the worse and worse it gets. So we are looking at an 8,000 goal lead for Navi MY. 3 items now concluded on Faufa with that Berserker's Fury. Rayman once again focusing on that Dreadnought armor just to make it even more difficult for the Haya and Granger to actually make any sort of impact.
All of the members of Navi, they're at least 1 level ahead. You gotta be so Arrow already stuck in. Sha trying to go in with the stick and split onto the front So Aria goes down once again. Gaming Gladiators has to wow, it's chaos in the latter towers. But they're going to play more defensively as they don't have that damage to take anyone down.
I'm sorry, Gaming Gladiators. This game is over. There is literally nothing you can do anymore at this point. You have no
They're
damage.
gonna make you your words.
There is no chance for the miracle to happen, for this to turn around. This has gone beyond that point, in my opinion.
11,000 gold lead.
It is that dire.
Not looking so good for Gaming Gladiators. Don't really have that damage to get on that defense. I think the only silver lining is only if Gaming Gladiators turtle down for at least another 10 more minutes, try to equalize the level difference that Navi MY has ahead of Gaming Gladiators. Out of all of this, the only kill that they had was Nicolette down on that top side.
And this is very, very difficult. This composition required very specific conditions to be met in order to be effective, and they've not found that.
Phoenix finished the job on the top side though, trying to buy some time as Nicolette tries to use their shadow kill, trying to push everyone out of the way, but with one cannon minion and one for foul right on that base, that is a huge chunk of damage that has already been taken out from that T3 on that bottom side.
Navi MY showing the world right now how much they have improved since their last stint in MWI. This is really clean macro. The decision making is so effective. When they saw Arena getting jumped by 3 members up top, the instant decision is to go for the push down bottom, maybe pick off Nicolette if they're lucky. They weren't, but they still are able to create the pressure they're looking for. And now there is lane manipulation happening to maybe bait GG out in advance as the Lord is going to respawn.
They're playing on the opposite side of the map though. Lord spawning up in 3 seconds as Gaming Gladiators tries to get enough priority over their own jungle. Picking up all that scraps, it doesn't look like they want a contest for this Lord. They can't. And this is the 12-minute Lord that we're talking about, Sadafa. Gaming Gladiators turtling up once again. And herself left. As Aria goes in deep with the penalty zone, forcing to use that flicker out of the way again. As Ashley getting possessed onto it. Some foul will take Ashley out of the game.
Aria gonna be picked off as well. Mega kill going over to Rina as Hani chases down Nicolette. 1v1 monster kill. 5 members of Navi MY rush down the crystal of GG.
Up against 2. There's no way that GG will be able to defend against this rush in the battle of Malaysia versus North America. Malaysia takes this not as a game, but as a statement.
A statement has been made, has been published, has been edited, and put out in full blast for the world to see. Navi MY are here as contenders' first step on that journey. But what a huge step it is for these ladies up on stage right now. A clean sweep against their rivals, Gaming Gladiators.
First game, I would say, pretty close from both teams. I thought GG had some fight in them, but the second game, after that first blood kill onto the top side, onto Fafao, they're like, not anymore. Don't take out my Fafao. I'm going to take you all out. But man, what a series this has been for both teams. A lot of high hopes for both these two teams as well.
It's just been an incredible performance, honestly. There was some messiness from their gameplay early in game number 1, but you said it was a warm-up. You said it was a warm-up.
It was a warm-up.
I think you were right.
It was more of a warm-up.
Was.
Navi MY is like, okay, we made some mistakes, let's just change it.
So dominant. I'm honestly curious to see what they will have to say because we have an interview set up. You guys can see Trex, the handsome man standing there next to Navi MY. Let's throw it over to him and see what they have to say.
Thank you guys for the throw. It was an amazing 2 series. And right here I am joined with Finna, the jungler. Rina, the jungler of Navi MY. Now, a lot of us kind of thought you were the MVP for those 2 games. I don't know what the final call is going to be, but before we get to that, quick formalities. How do you like Riyadh so far?
So far, my grouping.
All right, top one in the group. All right, are there any team playoffs if you top one in the group? Do you feel anyone that you're really aiming for?
I think it's gonna be Onyx.
On it.
So, because we lost to them in other tournaments, yeah. So we want to revenge. Yeah.
Okay, and last question. We got to see you play Lancelot amazingly. Are there any other junglers that you're excited to play during this event?
That is the face of a man that is trying to hold back his tears. But hey, congratulations to Rina and the rest of the Navi MY squad. They played a heck of a game. This is the second game that we're seeing right now. And this was the play that actually went in. Shah actually went in with a 4-man glue stick down the bottom.
And they really set themselves up for that. They were basically lined up like bowling pins, waiting for Shah to roll them over, and they're already playing from the back foot because Navi MY is clearly adjusting their hero picks based on what is coming out from game in Gladiators. You go for full dive composition to punish a front to back, and I still am not too sure about some of the options we saw here, but we have Leo back on the desk. What are your thoughts about our first series, sir?
Something tells me maybe, if not just as quickly, much more quickly. Things went sideways for GG in game number 2. Definitely some stuff mentioning. Even the draft, it's clear that they love Kalia. They like a certain way of team fighting, or they prioritize certain resources when it comes to building comps. But here, it seemed like it was more disjointed than even game 1. And that ended in 13. This one was just... This had at least 2 lords, right?
Yes.
This had 2 lords. It's just... If
it wouldn't have been if Navi MY was being more aggressive in the first Lord round. A lot of teams struggling with closing games out, but Navi MY actually learning from their mistakes.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent observation. That's exactly what happened. It was aggression, but control. They knew exactly the limits that they could push while still keeping their egos intact and having fun on that Land of Dawn. It's very clear one of these teams knew and into this game with a plan. That's why they stuck to their draft so closely, but it's already difficult to have to execute that kind of plan against a full team of counters. And
what exactly that looks like translated into the game, we're gonna go and take a peek once more at game 2's replay. Again, as soon as I saw a majority of the ult spent, I think, what was that? Sadafa, you said us as much as you'd like for Sadafa to eat his own words. It's the reality situation. The math checks out. Rina was just a little too much. I'd say even Hani was a little too much. And we were looking for the Selena pre-draft, yeah? Pre-game, pre-match. And here, Hani brings it out. I think this was a much easier game, even for Remun, compared to game 1. Off into 2 or 3 members, now from Shah, and then you just rinse and repeat.
I have to note, we didn't like get the point this out in the, she went for a Guardian Helm, second item.
Oh yeah, I'm staying. This is my house now.
Yeah, just dealing a little bit more damage over time as well for the roam, just to get a little bit more damage. But not only that, like you have 12,000 gold lead by the end of the entire series.
One could only wonder what the gold lead was like for our first match on stream A.
Yeah.
But to think it might be 12, higher than that.
But to be honest though, I would say it all boiled down to the draft. I think GG just drafted themselves for failure. Easy to jump out the Fury of the Phoenix. It's easy to jump out the penalty zone. There was no way where Na'Vi MWI was in a position where they got caught because they were always out of the way. We saw that one replay where the Fury of the Phoenix was activated. Everyone was actually just walking out of the circles, and they weren't stunned at all. And then Arya read Panda actually read everything differently. Or spike difference from the level difference as well. So I think, oh man, if I could turn back time, I wish that it would have been done differently for GG.
Yeah,
they had such promise.
We could not turn back time. We can only move forward. Coming up next is a matchup, another best of 3 between Virtus Pro of the Mekong region facing off against Terror Queens. Gentlemen, you're watching the stream B of the MWI 2025 live from the Esports World Cup here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Stream B of the MWI here at Esports World Cup 2, a best-3 matchup between Virtus Pro of the Mekong region facing off against Terror Queens from Myanmar. Gentlemen, we ended up with a quick sweep with our opener this time around, or what are we expecting?
I think this one's going to be interesting because both of these regions, their men's teams have actually done surprisingly well on the global stage, even though they don't get quite as much spotlight. And I think the women's teams are just as eager to do so.
We got Daisy, Starsoy, Sa, Cow, and Liv. This is a Virtus Pro.
Yeah. We're starting things off Virtus Pro sweeping the Mekong qualifiers in first place and their way through. There is a little bit of changes. Star Story is Indonesian, so bringing the Indonesian flavor into the Vietnamese mix as well. So I am having a lot of high hopes for the stations on the fly, especially in the Mekong qualifiers as well. And the fact of the matter is, they have been some sort of adapting, and I want to give a huge shout out to my friend Lucian Cutie, who's now the coach of the Virtus Pro team, and bring his own experience into the flavor as well.
Lucian Cutie, the cute one?
Yes.
He is the cute
Yes,
one.
he is the cute one.
Dude, he stole my heart at MSC 2023. Competed as the roamer for RSGSG then, when they played in Cambodia. They went far there.
Yes.
That's
yes,
the one
they
and
did.
only Lucian Cutie. He is. They are facing off against once more Terror Queens. Majority of the lineup were the formerly known as Net Angels when they competed in the MWI 2024. Let's get to know these ladies now. Once again, these are the Terror Queens coming in from Myanmar. The Burmese squad made up mostly of Hlang, Rui, Lunalin, Sikoshi, and Ku. There is one import here. We're looking at Rui.
This is a team that has a lot to prove and a team that is confident that they are going to be able to prove it. Being the first place finisher in the MWI Myanmar qualifiers, sweeping Weibo Gaming 4-0 in Kings and claim a spot even further in the championship.
This squad does not belong in the region. They are so talented. They even got their old coach back, Coach MSK, aka Vladdy. These ladies proved themselves an amazing squad. Even last year, this is not their first rodeo. Mind you, Scotia here, if the facts check out, she's a med student. She had to put her studies on hold to be able to chase his dream of esports greatness, and here she is now.
Yeah, I believe that is correct. From what we've heard previously, Sikoshi did give up on medical studies to follow an esports dream. Definitely a risky path, but we gotta give her props for following up on that passion. This is going to be her second coup. She has stated before, and we asked her, that her idol is actually Benny Cutie. So that's definitely a player that she looks up to, and we might see similar playstyles from.
Yeah. To be honest though, both of these two teams have very notable hero picks as well. For the side of Virtus Pro, they brought out the Alice Angela, the Alicejala, in the Mekong qualifier series, and I think that caused them to sweep the entire round, especially during the group stage and up till the grand finals, where they had a 4-0 run as well. On the other side of the table, we have Terror Queens, who has a little bit of a juicy pickup for the Harley. We haven't seen that in a while.
Yep.
The last time I remember seeing that was Todak and MPL MWI in season 13.
Yeah, that was the thing. It was shocking. It was literally the only appearance of the hero in the entire tournament. They didn't even play it after that happened, but it was very effective for that one particular game. And I always love it when teams are willing to bring slightly non-meta heroes in positions where they are specifically designed for the job. Considering that both of these teams have had a little bit of international experience, this could be a chance for them to show off some pocket picks, heroes that we don't get to witness very often.
Yeah, prior in the series, that went down. Navi MY in the hands of Hani debuted, or re-debuted in this case, the Selena. So Selena is once again a real pick. The time around, I do believe no. Oh, yeah, that is Hani. So we were looking
of tease new heroes that are coming into the mix and try to play around that meta.
No, this might be the best time. Because
Yeah,
if
it's
it doesn't
the best
work,
time.
you revert back to what works.
Yes.
I see, if you ask me, there's no difference between first day, second day, whichever day you are in the competition. Every single game could be your first, every single game could be your last. So you gotta bring your A game regardless.
Let me remind you, they're in Group C, so their other contenders are Navi, PH, and CFU Gaming. So then again, if you have these kinds of like options, you leave them as options. Like if the draft calls for it, then maybe you play for it. But now you have to think about what your strategy is. You need to think about like what do you really want to show your favorites on PH. Then you bring out your kind of like wildcard heroes.
We scored an audible from one of Virtus Pro's players, Sa, that is their mid laner, and she says she wants to face off against Tegami. She pulled a King Kong from Team Liquid ID back in the days of M6 when she says, Sa, Tegami, says Sa, I want to solo kill you. So luckily, CFU is also in the same group.
Yes.
So this moment might actually happen. Coming from today's match of the day, Navi MY came through for this rivalry to brew, but yeah, no, Virtus Pro and Terra Queens, they know each other very well. Again, Xeno Lilies last year, Net Angels last year. There's a good chunk of these players that have locked horns in the past year of MLBB esports. Gentlemen, are we expecting this to go long, or are we expecting might this be a stomp? I'm hoping it's not.
I think it's going to be an interesting dynamic for sure. Because when we went into the start of the day, right, GG versus Navi MY, we were expecting that to go the whole way. We were expecting that to be the game that really started things off, the ball rolling. MWI. A very fast clear for Navi MY. So even say, oh, these teams might be evenly matched, we don't know how much preparation has gone into this tournament in the past few months of both these teams. Based on what interviews that have been done by our production team, thank you very much to guys behind the camera, I think there's an interesting dynamic happening here where Virtus Pro were very honest with themselves, right? They admitted many times that they didn't play very well, are quite blatant and direct to each other about their gameplay and willing to look within anything wrong. Whereas on the opposite side, Terror Queens is one of the only teams that has self-proclaimed that they will be the dark horses of the tournament.
That's right. How often does that happen?
Humility versus pride in this kind of setting. But I think it's quite exciting to see like the top of the Mekong qualifiers up against the top of the Myanmar qualifiers, which should be pretty much in the same region, so to speak. They're all in Southeast Asia. They run through the Mekong region, and Moment was also saying like, yeah, they should be in the same. It's their first time, or Vietnam's first. Most of the Virtus Pro players are having their first foray into international tournaments, so jitters definitely in, but then you have some experience from star players like Star Soy and Sa.
Yeah, more about Vietnam as a region itself. This is the first year that they have been removed just being under the Mekong banner.
Yes.
They are more now likely known as the Vietnam region. They are 3 out of 5 Vietnamese, correct?
Yes.
But I'm looking at Star Soy too. Story goes she was inspired by EVOS, the champions of the M1 World Championships, and here she is now fighting for a world championship of her own in the realm of women's MLBB, facing off against a fellow Indonesian too, in the jungle as well, Rui, who has, word on the street, been staying in Myanmar. She's lived with her team for the better part of the past 6 months.
I think it's very important for these teams to be able to create that chemistry, right? That's why a lot of these teams have gotten together. They've boot camped in countries outside their own to get used to more alien locations, being able to play under pressure and not necessarily in familiar positions, alongside faces that they may or may not have a lot of experience participating in tournaments of this scale with. So we can tell that from this year of MWI, a lot of teams have put a little bit of that extra effort compared to when MWI joined EWC for the first time. There's a lot more eyes on this competition, and the players are aware of that.
Yeah, let's get down to brass tacks here. Talk about the meta, because the draft is nearly upon us. Starsoy plays heroes that, in her words, are unkillable. So she wants to try and make the Angela Alice work if it comes through.
Yep.
She also has a pocket Lucas. Well, in the days of their qualifiers, Lucas was still a top-tier jungler. Gentlemen, what heroes do we want to see come out this time around? I think it matters more now because the wish list is very real. So we manage our expectations. We did see a Selena come out in game one match one.
To be honest,
game two.
When I was watching the Mekong qualifier, Starsoy actually pulled out Fanny a couple of times. And we oftentimes don't see Fanny anymore because there's a lot more, I wouldn't say better heroes, but easier to execute heroes. But Starsoy played it super well. They understand their own dynamics within the team. They understand what their job is, what their role is in between every single one of the lanes, especially big team fights and macro plays. So I'm not surprised if Fanny once again, and don't be surprised of other assassins that might not see the light of day. The Lancelot might come up once again, the Lings as well.
Starsoy Fanny might definitely be a thing unless... it's one of the heroes that can actually answer to the Fanny. Stafa, your wish list, what heroes do you want to see?
And Ruby is still up there.
Still?
For sure. But now that I've known that, okay, Starsoy likes unkillable heroes. We could see assassins. They're known for Angela Alice combination. That could be interesting. Another option, if you want like unkillable jungler, could be Julian. Right? We saw a lot of that hero in the butt. No longer quite as strong as before, but could be something.
Infinite iframes.
Yep.
One could assume.
I hate it.
I know you also do not like healers. There's a certain kind of type lineup you want to see, but healers, does Kalia count? Is Kalia part of that?
I give a pass to Kalea and Minotaur because they're kind of, mixed. And I'm actually okay with Angela purely from bias because she just heals one person.
Usually the case,
It's
like
an
when you
AoE
your
up
hard
front.
waves,
Yeah,
yes.
it's an AoE up front.
If you
Not
hit
in
the
my
skill
pub
shots,
games.
yeah. Well, again, what rank are you playing on?
Hey, don't.
I'm not gonna reveal that to the world. You guys don't. Fans watching at home, you guys know, right?
There's a reason why he's a caster.
Yeah,
we'll leave it at that. I personally would like to see Rafaela. Again, cannot be said enough. In the first match today, I was hoping that some way, somehow, either Navi or GG would bring it out. But here, why not? Virtus Pro, please, Terra Queens, do us a solid. Bring out the Rafaela. We've already seen Florin in the wild card. Maybe Kufra. If Fanny is an option, then Kufra, Cho, Moskov,
Ruby.
Yeah, whenever she lands, just stop her in her tracks. Granger still can't catch a break. I want to see less of Dub. Like it doesn't paint the metagame in a good light because we're going left and right here. We're pulling and pushing and pulling and pushing.
Yeah, but there's a certain kind of composition that you want to play around a Granger. I think GG in the previous game actually experimented on that, bringing out the Arlot as well as the Terizla, heroes that were kind of lost in the meta. And so I think both of these two teams, especially for Daisy in Virtus Pro, who is known for a little bit more adaptive play styles, she's able to bring out Benedetta into the mix as well. I think the long lost experiment on different kinds of heroes being pulled out.
If we're going down that line, besides Ruby, I really miss Paquito.
Paquito brings
I miss Paquito.
a certain amount of burst in the EXP lane that has not been replicated. No, I don't think there's anyone out of the EXP lane that burst as quite as quickly as Paquito.
It's just that he's not bulky enough nowadays, right? When you compare, like, it would be way better to go like Lapu Lapu because he does a good amount of damage, but it's so difficult to kill in return that Paquito is basically relegated to jungle, and even then you're going to have way better options in assassins that have iframes built in. So I'm really sad because Paquito is one of my favorites, and he just has disappeared for so long.
Yeah, Paquito I don't think counts as an assassin, although he does assassinate certain heroes, but one of
People do
the
build assassin emblems on him as
yeah,
well.
but one of the most prolific times in Paquito's time in the limelight, I think, is when he was punishing Ling.
Yep.
He was
Yeah.
punishing Ling. Ling lands, you're dead.
Yes.
Paquito's hunting you down. If you find the Ling, you're dead. So
Maybe-
Ling has been bubbling up. Ling has been, around here, behind the Hayabusa, behind the behind the Lancelot.
Yep.
So
Maybe Paquito just needs to pick up a knife.
I don't think boxing works like that.
You gotta do what you gotta do, man.
As well. I don't think in this match the jungle
Yeah.
might,
Probably not.
but
As long as you know that the magic damage profile from your opponent is clear,
Yeah.
no one is as high a utility pick in the jungle as Suyo. He has everything you need. Mobility, damage, sustainability, can steal away major objectives with the Sever Retribution combo.
That's
It's
right.
still like maybe only second to an Appraiser's Wrath or Lethal Counter plus Retribution in terms of mechanical execution. So yeah, no. Where is Suyo?
In the same scheme of it, we haven't really seen Lucas jungle in a long time, right?
We've seen Lucas XP in the wild
Yeah.
card, as played by Rare Adam out of the Chinese server. They came close. They were almost going to make it through, but Virtus Pro, not this Virtus Pro, but Virtus Pro men's, knocked them out.
I'm happy you brought that up actually. So the men's team actually got in through the qualifiers.
That's
Right
right.
now, the MWI women's team has looking it through them to make it work.
Yep, they're driven again. This is for club points as well for
That's
that club
right.
championship. And if I'm not
Yes.
here in the MWI. So that means those points count up. Going to be an action. Like later on in the month.
Clearly threats on the international stage, like in their region. team. That has said that they're going to be the dark
will have to be does give me time to give my. I sworn I was gonna get away with it. I was just about ready to dip out. Yeah. So, Terra Queens.
VP.
Let's bring you the action.
Thank you very much, Leo. Very good of you to lead the desk before we can ask you for more detail. Being focused to assassins by VP.
It's respect over to Rui. They know that Rui is more like an and a spot if the hands of Virtus Pro and they have to play around it. Now without the Boxia, the Uranus will be a huge threat.
And getting rid of Boxia here means that Terra Queens probably have to consider banning out the Uranus themselves. I'm trying to think about what else has been let through the draft. The Yisun Shin, the Badang, the Wanwan also, which has been getting a lot of attention. All are wide open, so Terra Queens do
first prio material, it kind of counters a little bit on 1-1 wherever she hits. He will get that restoration. So in this case, I think there's a lot of options for them. They could pick up the Yusun Shin, Kimi, Uranus for themselves, but they go for the Juicin instead. A little bit more zonal control from the side of Terra Queens.
Zusin and the Hilda going to be locked down by Terra Queen, so not going into the expected result of the Uranus. Although that hero is pretty good, it would actually be kind of difficult to play into a 1-1. Correctly played, it's a very easy hero to set up Crossbow of Tang on, so I think Terra Queens just wants to avoid that entirely. And by putting Hilda on the table, it puts VP in a tough spot where if you go for an assassin pickup, it is going to be very vulnerable to this hero.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, okay, it is possible for because you already have to deal with a Hilda, but now it gives a little bit more space, and now the Kimi has been picked up alongside Uranus. That gives a lot of lane proxy approach, but not a lot of crowd control, the only one. And it kind of works well because you have that range to keep yourself a foot from the Hilda whenever she pummels at you. Now, to finish up the first stage of that draft with the Erythel, which I like, it keeps both of these lane-to-lane matchups in the gold lane. I would say it's still even Stevens. It is tougher for 1-1 to actually get close to Erythel, and that's how you want to counter it.
Yeah, that's why it's going to be interesting. I think it's a pretty 50-50 matchup. It's not an obvious victory for their goal lanes do decide to ban out the interesting, because I actually feel like they are in a better position to pick it up for themselves as
With
that
the
force
Juicy
pick.
Angela combo.
Like, literally every hero on
That's
this
right.
lineup works well with Angela. Airtel's Lucid Hill focus down, so even more priority onto getting rid of Rui's heroes.
I think a lot of assassins are definitely taken off the bat. It's interesting, they banned out the Esmeralda for themselves, actually. On top of Uranus, might hint that Uranus could be going into the jungle as well. It has happened in the MSC wild cards, so I'm not gonna rule that out one bit. That last ban slot might be a Ling or a Hanzo has been picked up by Rui as well. I think it might work well against a triple marksman composition as well. Man, Yisun Shin, you want to ban that out for yourself?
I think if it's possible, Virtus Pro would probably want to get the Yisun Shin. It's a little risky since there's a Hilda on the opposite side, but as long as you have a solid enough roamer at the end, it's still possible. But they do decide to get rid of it. So it's unlikely to be a triple marksman, because you do need a Yisun Shin to actually make that work. Now we see what Terror Queens will prioritize for their fourth pick.
They could very well snap pick the Ling up for themselves if they want to secure a assassin jungle. But then again, Virtus Pro has ways to deal with assassin jungles, because Starsworn is a strong assassin player herself. So they might be able to identify and suss out what Terror Queens wants to pick up for themselves. Will be the CC first, try to mitigate a little bit mano-a-mano damage with the Uranus. So to match up that tempo, I think that would be a good pick for now.
Hilda flexible and lock in their jungler first, but since they don't know whether or not Uranus is going to be jungle or EXP, I guess they've decided to play it a little safer. He just makes sure they don't draft a game jungler, and they should be pretty okay. Uranus can actually still go into that position quite well, but Dang gonna be locked in. This was a hero that was 100% banned in the first match of the day. Let's see what their final pick is going to be.
Now, left with the Phoveus. Okay, so it will be the Uranus in the jungle, Budang in the roam, and then Phoveus is in EXP. And then you got a double marksman and that you can possibly protect. I love how Virtus Pro likes to play things around. A good amount of recovery, good amount of crowd controls, and good amount.
Okay. The Phoveus is kind of interesting because that is a hero that actually loses lane to the CC, so you're picking him into the counter actually. But they are anticipating the last pick, Assassin, which in this case does end up being the Ling. I think it is one of the best options that Terror Queens has. A hero that can dive the backline and has a get out of jail free card just in case the crossbow of Tang becomes a trend.
Out of all of this though, I think Virtus Pro is giving us something new, something fresh. Throwing Uranus in the jungle once again. I believe that this is not their first foray into Uranus jungle, but then there comes the question of Uranus actually being a holding on to the Retribution versus holding on to either Revitalize or the Vengeance itself, and that changes how you want to play things, especially in team fights. But then therein also comes where is the Uranus much faster than the Ling in terms of jungle farming, and how impactful is the Uranus within a lot of these objective takes?
Well, we'll get to see the answer to every single one of those questions as we jump into the Land of Dawn for game number 1 of our second match of MWI. Will it be the virtues of Mekong or the terrors of Myanmar that secure victory in game number 1?
Quick little aggression, especially from Ku over onto the jungle side. Starsworn needs to try to push her away because there is always that threat of the buff getting stolen, and trying to get back into the battle would be a little bit tougher. You have to pop that retribution off the bat. Try to take it away from the hands of Ku, but just giving a little bit more information. But a bottom side, Daisy taking too much damage from the CC. So that
with a Kimi level 1 and 2, it just creates so much pressure.
And speaking of pressure, Terra Queens are on reconnaissance duty. They're always in Virtus Pro's jungle. Take a look at Immunizations. Nothing screams out to me on the top of my head. But now look at where that Uranus is. Starsoy is being pummeled on by the two double fighters in the bottom side.
Still okay though, Uranus is pretty bulky even at this stage of the game and will definitely have a lot of Radiant stacks built up since the jungle creeps are just going to be hitting them back. So even a Hilda is not going to very easily chase Starsoy out of the jungle, and that'll allow Virtus Pro to play for a potential turtle contest as long as they can give a bit of help to the EXP lane.
No level 3 from Kamish down by Cal. Starsoy tries to...
Track and Pulse going to be avoided by Hling. Starsoy still in position. We can see Rui actually picking up another buff. So Ling going to be one level up on the Uranus. That should give Terra Queens a potential advantage on Turtle Take. Infernal Pursuit comes in. Cow going to be buying some time as Ku eating up the damage from Daisy, baiting the Phoveus away from the rest of the team. Terra Queens taking this very slowly. Daisy now going to be engaged on the Lantern. Pick up on Daisy. Forces the flicker outwards. Rui comes in, does the damage, chase though.
This is how they want to play it. Terra Queens has a lot of early game damage. You don't have to have that level 4. Starsoy taking a lot more.
Starsoy might go down here, is able to get away. Rui secures the turtle. Tempest Blaze comes out. 1v3 in the turtle pit as the rest of Terra Queens turn around and pick up the first blood on Cow. Daisy gonna be chased down as well. Double kill over to Rui. And the Purify even forced out. Sa not gonna be able to escape from the terror in the Land of Dawn.
Where everything broke down was that they pushed Starsoy away, and this is where it gets 2 levels behind of Rui. This is not a good start for Virtus Pro, but then again, it is so difficult for Virtus Pro to play this early game because of how well Terra Queens has that damage and that crowd control, especially from the Juice in whenever they come into that clash moment.
You can tell that the draft was played kind of defensive. Cow in trouble again. Ku on top. Oh, that is a lot of damage. Fishback comes in, but here comes Rui. Link to the lane. Facing the purple buff, contesting it away. Key level difference on the Ling. Looks like Starsoy was still able to secure their purple buff though.
Hey, Silver Lining. You need to take the purple buff away. Try to claw yourself up on top again as Virtus Pro actually back on that defense. Terra Queens 4 kills to 0, and this shows the amount of they need to be able to draw some more time though. Virtus Pro might be able to play it more safe. Wait till 1-1 or Liv gets online. Wait till Cal gets a little bit of an angle, finds a nice little flank for any team fights. But Rui's already 301. There's a lot of damage from that Ling on the top side though.
Rui wants to pick off Sa. Gonna use the anti-grav thrusters, get away through the back of the purple buff pit. But Terra Queens living up to their name, terrorizing the map, not allowed to even play on their own half of the jungle.
That's it. I think Virtus Pro early game is in shambles. Look towards that mid game. How do you want to play this? Liv trapped in the middle though, on by 3.
Looks like Terra Queen's not going to commit to this. They don't really need to. They just zone out. They gain control. Turtle is coming up.
There's not a lot of fight that Virtus Pro can do. Is 3k gold lead up on top for Terra Queens. Giving away this turtle, play, push, and wait till that late game until most of them get to their power spike. Starsoy can't even... How do you want to play it though? Again.
Oh my goodness, Ku. Nearly 1v1ing the jungler as the roam. They're the same level, by the way. That's how far behind Starsoy has been put. 5 minutes into the game, we are looking at a 4k net worth lead. By the way, Sa went for a Sky Piercer first item. I'm not sure I agree with that, considering the state Virtus Pro is in. But hey, you made your bed, now you gotta rest in it.
Yeah, you have that early game rotations, but Terra Queen's reading it so well. They're matching that rotations and sending Sikoshi down to deal with the waves, and now the top side T1 is already broken down. This gives a lot of opportunity Rui to place cross plays for the side of Virtus Pro. Not want feasibly send at this point to maintain that wave prio. Pro sitting ducks for now until maybe the first Lord comes up. But silver lining is that they're very patient. They're playing defensive. They don't want to throw their bodies in the mid side though.
Daisy trying to look for the fight in front of Pursuit, doing the good damage to flicker backwards defensively. Daisy just no, doesn't get away. Luna Lin has the Sky Piercer. Lantern finishes off the Phobius, and the terror continues in the mid lane as now Starsoy in a little bit of trouble, has to use the ult to get away. They're trying to re-engage, but the curtain call latches two together. Starsoy can only eat damage to keep his team alive.
Not a lot of damage so far. There's a problem with the 1-1 pick. You don't deal a lot of damage in the early game. You need to wait till your Trinity build. And this is proving to be a little bit tougher. And for Ku to match that level that Starsoy is at is not where you want to see yourself.
It absolutely isn't. The Uranus jungle should be able to hold things well, but Terror Queens have done such a good job of controlling the map. Purify forced out on the Zeus in.
Versus to protecting all the crucial buffs that Starsoy actually needs to come online. There is sort of like a crucial moment. Look at the bottom side as well, where Sakoshi's busy handling that
Liv
T2.
is in trouble. Oh my goodness, the Sky Piercer! How many stacks does Luna Lin have? Liv just exploded! And now Kao is gonna be chased down, gonna follow her into the grave. Double kill for Luna Lin. And by the way, Sakoshi got a free tier 2 down bottom.
Always in question, is able to burst down Starsoy.
Rui is just diving tier 2, diving inhibitor. Wants to kill Sa, able to escape just barely. Rui now in some trouble, doesn't have energy, but the rest of the Terror Queens are being slowly whittled down. Virtus Pro not able to do anything about it.
Even in the defensive position, Virtus Pro might not be able to succumb to the aggression that comes from Terror Queens. They don't really have a lot of high ground defense. The only one that can effectively clear waves might be Kimmy. The 1-1 still not online as of now. They have to build more defensively to try to buy themselves some more time, but Terror Queen's not giving them the luxury of time. Don't have that damage to take anyone. They don't
doesn't allow Virtus to be the one making the initiations. They've lost out lane priority in almost every half of the map, and with them so far behind in EXP and gold, it's very difficult for them to even contest the Hilda, let alone the rest of the Terror Queens. We are 9 minutes in. The goal difference is already 9,000. We are reaching the point of no return.
That's a fat stack and a half, if I could say so myself, as they're trying to get a little bit more silver lining, do a little bit more damage, try to test the waters a little bit, but was able to take that Lord away and take down all of the T3s that leaves Virtus Pro wide and open. They don't really have a lot of defense.
Starsoy gets picked up, just barely gets away. Tempest Blade's also going to be used. Traction Pulse completely whiffs it as Luna Lin uses the ult to dash him, and everyone still standing, but Terror Queens have complete control of the map and the Lord.
Complete control is an understatement. This is more of a dominant performance from Terror Queens than it is Virtus Pro. They're just in here for the ride, and they honestly though, Sadafa, I think Virtus Pro should just look towards that next game. Terror Queens already taken down that first Lord.
They found Liv, and look, Luna Lin's already on the opposite side. Crossbow of Tang is available, but Liv knows that there's no point going for it. Tempest of Blades, Rui just stabs Liv to death. Mega kill.
Now without the marksman, will be that much more harder. You still have 10 more seconds until the Lord spawns up for the side of Terror Queen, so this gives Liv some time to get online and get that respawn. But again, you don't want to make these kinds of risky plays. You built, or you have a Ube composition, play towards your team fight composition, and Terror Queens are just breaking them apart one after another. What a risky play by Liv.
It's risky, but it's kind of something they have to do and pay off for them, and now the lead is growing even further. Lord pushing down mid lane for the Terror Queens. 10.5 minutes in is dominant. Fistcrack comes in. Lin, they execute them one by one. The bowling pins fall right before the eyes of the Terror Queens. Triple kill to Luna Lin. The crystal is wide open as the Terror Queens prove their confidence is not unfounded and take the victory in game number 1.
This wasn't just Terror Queens as a team. This was basically a ballistic missile, homing missile, and targeting the face of Virtus.pro. There was basically nothing they could do. Even with the fist crack at the last moment, it wasn't enough damage. And if you have a Ryu Ranus, what you want to do is soak in that damage. You want to take that damage. But you take a couple hits, you can't even... You just can't. Sadafa, man, this has been such a... the emotions running high.
You can see there's a lot of passion in the game right now. Terror Queens feeling very, very happy and comfortable about what they've achieved here. But Virtus.pro feeling the impact of the damage that has been done. But this might affect their performance.
Get the resets going on. I think there is definitely a lot of emotions running high, especially always ways to come back in. But we talked way too much. Let's bring Leo into the fray and talk about the highlights that we see here.
Gentlemen, I think you talked the right amount. But I would love to. Thank you so much for looping me back into the conversation. It's true that emotions run high, and this being the opener for Virtus.pro, after everything that has been said, I would understand why there is some disappointment in their own performance. But looking at the lineup, right, starting with the draft, it's good, especially since there's a solid 1-1, but both are relatively traditional.
Yes.
Especially the 1-1. That one moment in the game, say, last 2 minutes, and they actually, weirdly enough, caught out Live. Like that. That's not supposed to happen. Bro, and I think that much is true. We can only guess what's going on, but I can tell you this: being in the SEC studios and listening to the difference between both sides, Terror Queens are laughing. Terror Queens are communicating. They are just shouting out, calling every move. Saying anything, you know something's wrong.
Yes.
That's what happened in that position. Get some farm, pull some pressure elsewhere. She actually almost made the recall back home. It was just like a fraction of a second off, but I think that this draft did not do them any favors. You take one look at it and you can instantly identify every single hero on the Virtus.pro lineup needs items to do something.
To be honest though, I don't think it's the draft. Like both teams, I think Virtus.pro had a very interesting draft, and it was just down to, I wouldn't say execution as well. It's just Terror Queens read their draft so well with the Hilda and the CC and Starsoy not even getting freedom of her own farm, her own economy. That shows a lot of harm coming their way.
But she didn't need it. That's the thing. Even if you are the Uranus, down 2,500 gold, 3,000 gold from the Ling, you don't care because you're still tank. Again, for the lack of a better term, their breakdown in communications led to their lineup that needed to farm up some items where it mattered. Again, you needed it on the Kimmy, you needed it on the 1-1. Hell, I think the Phovius need a little bit of farm too. Plus the fact that Terror Queens were so comfortable. They were just so, they were flowing. Again, some teams you just watch them and you know that they're flowing. You know that what they're doing is according to their plan. That was just the perfect mix of Virtus.pro not getting 5 heroes banned away. Their new jungler, the Filipino import, got 5 bans away, and then they're like, we still have Uranus. So without an Angela, mind you. But here, it was a swerve. Like, here's the thing, they didn't even need to swerve.
They didn't swerve.
Honestly, I feel like they put too much stock in the Uranus. They went into this draft believing Uranus jungle will handle the Hilda one-on-one, no problem. That didn't exactly go according to plan. And then if you need someone to help the Uranus, it's already kind of bad because Uranus is supposed to create space. You're not supposed to have other heroes create space for the Uranus, and that was what was happening. Even worse than that was that they didn't have any heroes to create that space because Badang can't do anything to Hilda early on, and the Phoveus was losing lane. They picked it into a losing matchup.
Yeah. It's a combination of things. Again, even if they did end up playing a Roam Hilda, which is, again, less than ideal most times, the fact that Virtus Pro didn't have some cases.
Yeah. What I want to point out is from the first second of the game, Ku, the Hilda, as well as the CC.
Flying Rina.
What?
Flying Rina.
Flying Rina?
Flying Rina. She was
Yes.
she was flying last year, and we knew her as such. We loved her, but she's like Flying Rina now.
To be honest, though, they predicted where Uranus was because there's two bids into the orange buff where Starsoy actually was in the jungle.
She struggled minute one.
Struggled
Yeah.
minute one. Struggled minute one. You see Ku immediately making a beeline for the orange buff, trying to roll that dice, and they actually hit the nail right on the spot.
What a 50-50.
Yes,
I mean, the
one
thing about
50-50.
Hilda, though, is that you don't really have to predict where your opponent is because you're following them the entire time.
Yeah, no,
Yes.
but the
But still,
opener, they did.
Wait, because in the early game, CC has a lot of damage over Phoveus. You have faster rotations, faster momentum building,
Yep.
and you could still potentially try to aggress against the purple buff, but then it's much faster if it's in the orange buff. I think Starsoy just read it a little bit wrong for how they
Yeah.
want to play this.
So
Yeah.
what you're saying basically is that if Starsoy had started on purple instead,
It might be a different story.
it might
honestly.
be a different game.
Yeah. Or the other way around, if Flying Rina and Ku went to the purple and read the rotation there.
Yeah, it was
So it's two-
stars aligned.
Yeah, these two major decisions in the early game, the opener of this game one, to lead to this. But again, that could have been just amplifying the fact that maybe Virtus Pro weren't in any good shape to take those kinds of fights anyways. You know?
Yes.
Like, the whole compromising the Uranus to start. Terra Queens picked up the perfect hero to use that space.
Yeah.
The Ling, like, if you do get space, then the Ling just goes away.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at some of the replays as well. Remember where Cal was when, you know, the Ku was in the orange buff and the orange buff was in shambles. Cal was actually walking up from that purple buff, so she was actually giving
God.
vision on.
What could have the decision have been made, right? Like, I'm going to bait them away from y'all. No, you shouldn't. You're the gold laner. That's an argument you should be having. But alas, it still happened. It's still what we ended up with. And the reason why we're so fixated on these small things is because the rest of Terra Queens basically had a free game. I saw Lunalyn, believe her first real item was a Sky Piercer.
Yes.
Wasn't even the glowing one, wasn't even the boot. Maybe she had boots, I don't know, but Sky Piercer. That's how well they knew early on that they were going to dominate and win.
Yeah.
I think I have the Kimmy when Sky Pierce their first item, even though they were in such a bad position.
Yep.
And then the second item was concentrated energy.
That's ballin' before you got red covered.
It's like,
right.
why? Why is that the play? You need to be building damage. You even went weakness
Still,
finder.
I
Right? You're
understand
not meant
where-
for utility.
I understand where she's coming from, though. Like, I mean, if Sky Piercer is part of your build arsenal, you want to build it earlier on because you only have like 1,500 gold that you need to actually activate that Sky Piercer. So, I mean, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Just get it and try to build other things. If it doesn't work out in the late game, then you sell it off. So I think, yeah, it kind of worked out better for the juicy. Instead of the all came out and she was being used as an aggressor, she was being used as a vision play. But now sort of like a crowd control setup and a hunter.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think it's going full circle. She's both now. She can start up fights, zone out, And then once you get your build going again, folks, do not try this home. Do not just jump to Sky Piercer. These are professionals,
Yeah.
all right, competing at the highest level of MLBB esports in their realm. If you have these two items, the Glowing Wand and the Sky Piercer, and you are way ahead, like you know that your team wave, the way teams go in and out, then yes. But as it is, that's all just spilled milk. Virtus Pro have to put on their big girl pants and say it's go time once again as we go into game number 2. Virtus Pro on the play, Terror Queens, match point. Got to answer back with a double. Churros and Stafa got to take care of business.
All right, we'll catch back up with Leo in a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, because now is the true testing ground. It is no longer just a game to see whether Virtus Pro can upgrade their gameplay. It's about number 2 to keep themselves in the series.
To be honest, though, right now, I think it's the same first pick, second pick kind of lineup. Terror Queens really like that second pick, so it's a little bit more adjustable for them. They are respecting the Hilda, and that is something that I like. But definitely Terror Queens is something up their sleeves. At least you take Hilda out of the equation, and you know that your jungle is safe, and Star Sword can play a little bit more passively on that front. There seems. What do you think would be the best case scenario, especially for Virtus Pro, if they want to have take a game off of Terror Queens?
I do think you need to be a bit more balanced in the draft overall. Yes, there were ways they could have played around that hero composition, but it's difficult, right? You need items. You ideally don't want to be disrupted too heavily by the Hilda early on, and if that doesn't work out, then you just end up as a fish in the water, right? So having a composition that's a little bit more balanced, I think especially they need to have some sort of early game pressure. You gotta be able to draft to make sure that your lane is at least even. You cannot draft, especially EXP lane, you cannot draft into a losing lane. When the Phobius couldn't do anything against the CC, it already made things way more difficult.
Yeah. Then again, I do have another question to ask you. Is there another hero that could fill the shoes of what Hilda could do?
You are leaving yourself very vulnerable to some of the meta picks in the meta right now. And if you are this, you could call them cheese picks, then other teams know that that is a weapon that can be used against you.
I think there is still quite a bit of options. Terror Queens might not ban out the Uranus right here because they know the power of the Uranus and how to deal with that. So that was just basically their testing ground into how they want to play around a Uranus build. Typically it used to be Prio, but right now Terror Queens don't give a flying fish of what want to force Star Sword in an assassin role this time around. I think that would be a much better option right here, but be the Achilles heel that breaks Virtus Pro down.
I think you still want to stick to comfort somewhat. You don't want to put yourself too out there, but having a more universal hero, therefore go for the Farsa this time around, which I think fits into a lot of compositions.
Yeah.
But you have to be a little bit afraid when you pick this hero so early, because instantly Terror Queens knows we just draft CC, we've draft backline counters.
Yeah. It could be the Gatot right here. The Badang will be their hero of choice, but it could go into from the table again. This time around will be the Joy though.
Ooh.
So in the first game, Virtus Pro actually assassins. Now what can you do with that Joy in Virtus Pro's eyes? There seems to be all the assassins wide open. Stars might pick up a Ling, or it used to be the Suyu. Hold that out of the way if everything else goes south.
Joy is already pretty scary. It's a very good answer towards the Farsa, and you just need to have crowd control on your side to deal with it. Ruby, one of my preferences is definitely out there.
Possible.
The classic counters to Joy would be things like Belleric or Tigreal, but we haven't seen a lot of that recently. They're gonna go for the safer option. That's gonna be the Gatot, as well as the Wan definitely has the mobility to outpace a Joy once you have the item.
I don't want to play around the it would have agreed with that much damage. From level 1, you have, once you throw out your combos, you can burst your opponent lane opponent down and basically push them away from any of their gold. So 1-1 still needs a bit of time, but right now there is a little bit more of a rotation speed coming in from the far side and the Gato, so that might change things, but it's all down to execution, Sadafa.
Yeah, Virtus.pro needs to make sure that they ban out heroes that would deny mid lane prio to a Farsight Gatot duo, because that would enable the Joy to farm very safely and give Terra Queens access to their jungle. I really like the Fredrin ban from Terra Queens. Because typically when you play 1-1, it's for one of two conditions. You either have a lot of CC on a slower, bulkier front line that's easier to get the stacks on. Fredrin fulfills this role on both teams, so Terra Queens just takes it out of the table.
Zertian has also been taken out by Virtus.pro over the side of Terra Queen, so you don't want to have that range-to-range matchup for that Farsa, giving Saw an easier time in the mid side. For now, though, Matilda getting taken out by Terra Queens as well. I think they want to try to take out all of the need an EXP lane as well as a either a roam or a mid EXP.
So it is probably EXP mid. You will their mid lane matchup, that is the Farsa. Virtus.pro get
Good
rid
ban.
of the CC.
I would say CC is a very good ban. In the previous game, that CC was just running circles around Virtus.pro. Now you take that out of the equation, and you're not dealing with the Badang is put in the roam position, and Terra Queen
what would be good here for Terra Queens in their mid lane?
Kimmy is still
Zusin
open.
has been banned. Yeah, Kimmy could be an option.
Selena once again.
Okay, of course. Against the Farsa, Selena going to be a very good choice. Is risky because if you're not able to land those arrows, then it becomes very difficult to play with. And against the 1-1 especially, is a difficult hero to execute on, but we've already seen it done to a very effective degree by Navi MY in our first match of the day. So I'm excited.
Yeah, I do have to agree with you. I think Navi MY played the Selena very well, but therein comes several factors that you want to throw out there. There is the comes in with the Abyssal Arrow as a secondary engager, so you're throwing all your eggs into one basket with the Badang, trying to set up with a Fist Crack. So I think that would be ticks all the boxes, right? You have a little bit of vision play, but then again, Virtus.pro responds with the Eastern Shin Phobia's pickup. I do like a little bit more vulnerable because
I have to a Joy later on in the game as well. It really is a skill-based matchup. The Phobius is going to help alleviate some of that pressure since it is the direct counter to the Joy, but with no EXP lane reveal, just the possibility of a counter. They got rid of the CC specifically to make sure they could lock in this Phobius, and I imagine that Coach MSK would have definitely that from away. So yeah, that's what I was wondering but it's either Glue or the X-Borg, and up here, Eco doing a great job of controlling the front.
I mean, if you pop the weakness points and you throw the crossbow tank onto the X-Borg, it doesn't really matter. Firaga armor comes off and you basically off away. And there's a lot of hints on X-Borg actually coming up into the meta as well because you have more stuff. So I think the tanks for the side of Virtus Pro is a non-factor in the eyes of the Terror Queens.
We're once again seeing really good flexibility in the way that Terror Queens are drafting. There are more tools for Virtus Pro to play around this time, but they once again gotta keep their jungle safe, play around the mid lane priority, and give their Phoveus some help because the EXP laner has, because they have their backs against the wall. Can the Terror Queens spread their terrifying aura across the land of Dawn once again in game number 2?
Pressure's on for Virtus Pro. If Virtus Pro loses this one, they're taking a whole game out of their hands. But right now, we don't see the same aggression. Late game, whenever you get a snowball rolling, you want to be able to come in.
Ooh, the engage onto Cow forces out the Revitalize, but that's a pretty good battle spell to get rid of early on. And that means Terror Queens are actually winning out a little bit in that mid lane prio.
But still, Virtus Pro having a much better start. You don't really have the aggression that the Hilda, that the CC brings on top of the Eastern Shin. And what you need as an assassin is basically a little bit more space, a little bit more time to farm up and get your power spikes. And Eastern Shin is known to be one of the fastest junglers. We have the World in less than 8 minutes on Eastern Shin. So if Starstart plays her cards right, it might be a really easy time for Virtus Pro.
That's why it comes in. Mountain Shocker dropped on Hlang. Gonna be able to burn away the Firaga armor, force him back to base, but Abyssal Arrow comes in from the mid lane. Daisy gonna be caught out. The Flicker doesn't dodge as Lunalin picks up first blood.
Beautiful dashes from the Selena, and I saw what Daisy was doing there. The Abyssal Arrow was coming in, but he was going left and right, wasn't. She was a little bit confused. The arrows
picks up the kill, but Rui gets the turtle.
I spoke a little bit too soon. Terror Queen's ramping up the aggression. Helen Rina coming into the jungles. You see Rui trying to pop that retribution away. Won't be able to get it though, but buys themselves some time to get into position where Terror Queens was able to understand the rotations of Virtus Pro a little bit better. Now Rui it's free map, free play for her. She can go into the enemy's jungles, go to her jungles, and just farm up whenever she wants.
Devoted so many fans to this game number 1.
Must be happy about that one. Man, what a shot from Terror Queen. Right now, Virtus Pro, they don't have that momentum that they had in the Rui's actually 2 levels because of that death.
Fortunate timing for the Yisun Shin, and it felt like a really dodgeable arrow. Not a fool is walking around.
I'm trying to wrap my head around what is happening around Virtus Pro. They had such a strong time in adjusting in their Mekong qualifiers, but now up against the Burmese team, it kind of seems like they're intimidated, they're scared, they don't know what to expect.
Cool with the face crack, lockdown tree! Infernal Pursuit comes in from Daisy. Fang Rina coming in to back up the middle lane as well. No casualties here.
Coming out of nowhere.
Finally caught as well. Starsoy getting some much needed revenge. Cow gonna be holding the front line. Revitalize still available.
That is the play that Virtus.pro wants to execute. Well, a little bit more defensive. Wait till Terror Queens come in, but of 2 games ahead so far. Scoreline 2-2. It's a slight lead, but it's more than enough.
It's something. At least they will have a foothold to put themselves into the game. Live also has been farming pretty well overall, so Virtus.pro will be able to play more towards their mid to late game scaling, especially with Barca. Well,
Seeing away from that, the fight has ended, scoreline is equalized, and Virtus.pro has a fighting chance for this last turtle of the game. If things go well,
Better Strike comes in. Cool gonna be caught between 3 members. Virtus.pro executes the Terror Queen roamer.
defensive play coming in from Virtus.pro allows them to secure another kill. This is how Virtus.pro wants to play around. Play a little bit more reactively onto Terror Queens. They know that Terror Queens are very aggressive. Just let them come. And then Virtus.pro just comes in for that defensive play.
I think it is a smart idea. Their counter attack is actually pretty good, especially if they can time Feathered Airstrike for when Terror Queens have already overcommitted, but it's giving space to Rui. Feathered Airstrike comes out once again. Ferraga armor burnt down on playing Rina. Aku trying to go for the flank, not able to find it. Crossbow tank comes out. AOG cuts him off. Fist crack, not gonna be able to buy more chase. Terror Queens still in position, but they don't have a lot of HP to work with anymore.
And Arena still has the immortality. They're waiting and buying some time, but Virtus.pro will snap pick this turtle up. You don't see Rui in position anywhere at all, but it's a 2 turtle for 1 trade out of both sides. Daisy
1v2 actually burns away the immortality. Liv picks off Sakoshi with the Feathered Airstrike as well on the top lane. Playing Rina gonna recall backwards. Final camp. Virtus finally in control.
finally, after the second game, the first game, a lot of emotion. Second game, it's personal for them. This time around, they know their win conditions. Starsoy is coming up online. You have the vision play around. Luna Lin, the early game is over, and it will be easy for Virtus.pro to take her down. Late game, Selena is a non-factor for a lineup such as Virtus.pro. It's not too viable in team fights, so Daisy is able to just zone out that back line.
Seal play. They're looking for Rui down bottom. Rui realizing, uh-oh, this is a hit. Killing spree for the 1-1.
23 seconds, she'll never get back. On zone, looking like that being said, though, Sakoshi busy with the side lane pushes. You want to make?
Ooh, forces the flicker. Badang gonna survive, but no battle spell for the next 2 minutes.
8 minutes on the clock, 30 seconds in, the Lord spawns up. Virtus.pro moving as a unit, Turk killing all of themselves. It seemed a little bit desperate, but Sakoshi has an idea of trying to get that side lane split push up, get a little bit more farm, and when she comes online, the rest should be history. The longer this game goes, it goes in the favor of Terror Queens. They have a little bit more tankier lineup in the form of that export and a lot more burst damage from Irithel.
Now we are reaching the point where Virtus.pro is able to play more of a death ball style, and it does seem like they're more comfortable in that position overall. Terror Queens aren't out of the game just yet, but you can see that they're a little more uncomfortable now that they are on the back foot. Next Lord currently in control of VP. Lou in trouble. Feathered Airstrike also catches Rui in the back line. He's sidestepping it. But that means the joy is out of the fight. Last Insanity comes in. Starsai gonna be picked off. Star steals the Lord away. Liv gonna be picked off by Rui. It is absolute chaos in the Lord Pit. Sakoshi still inside the fight. Will lead the retreat, allowing Terror Queens to back off.
Very good try. I saw that Rui was being targeted in for that retribution. Unfortunately, though, it was a little bit too late as Saw actually picks that up with a skill 1, skill 2 combination. But then again, it buys Virtus Pro some time. This game is a little bit closer, but I think it's still anyone's game. Take a look at the replay. Look at where Saw is. They know where Rui is. It will dip out of the way. You get the Last Insanity deep into enemy territory, but it was a little bit too soon. If Arena waited for a couple more seconds, the Lord would have been theirs. It doesn't seem that Rui would be able to get in position in time.
But Arena actually had to go in there. The Last Insanity comboed with Ku was actually what allowed them to take out Starsoy in the first place, and that's what allowed it to be a 50-50. It was just unlucky that Sao was the one to get the last hit, but it's still actually not a bad trade. Terror Queens have been able to halve the net.
Yeah, it's still a long game to play. Virtus Pro wants to push it through the Living Stevens.
That's comes out once again. The Frontal Pursuit follows Ku all the way into the mid tower. Last Insanity used for defensive options. Terror Queen gonna be able to keep their mid tower standing.
Their goal is to just keep their T1 mid up. As long as Terror Queens is able to still take control of their jungle, they could sort of like sustain their farm over onto Virtus Pro. If their jungles open up, I think it gives a lot of opportunity for them to come in.
Flicker, Fist Crack connects with 2, but in the mid lane, Cow already chasing down the backline. Saw picks off the Badang. Revitalize gonna be used by Cow. Rui looking for the entrance, but the Mountain Sucker locks her down, forces the retreat. Virtus Pro deny the attempt.
Super risky play from Rui, just jumping right in, taking the full brunt of damage from Starsoy, Cow, and Liv. Man, this is a very tough matchup right now as we're seeping into that late game. 12-minute mark. Lord spawns up in 50 seconds. Does look like the airstrike.
Sakoshi in some trouble, but able to get out of that. I do like that size, creating a lot of pressure. Has to be careful though. There's not enough adaptability.
When you slow down tempo just a little bit, especially for Terror Queens, they can't find a way to this fight. As Virtus Pro, they're leading and dominating this game so much more. And every time Daisy opening up that map, Terror Queens need to find a viable pickoff. Starsoy though.
Starsoy in trouble, able to dash away, but now the Purify count out from Sa, actually dodging everything. But Sakoshi picks up the shutdown. Crossbow of Tang finishes off Ku in the backline, but it's still a pretty good trade for the Terror Queen.
1-1. Safa Ku, it's so much this for both teams, and it's a trade for trade, tit for tat for either sides. And I think that the one that would lose out on this game is the one that manages the side waves. And speaking of which, Liv already pushing that in, so they're pulling Terror Queens away from that Lord Pit to deal with the bottom side.
Macro play is probably going to he's scouted out in the bush behind Daisy, making sure they can't enter. Conceal can be scouted out as well. Ku forced to use the dash to get out of Feathered Airstrike, but the Abyssal Aerial AOG comes in defensively. Daisy buying a lot of time against caught in the Fist Crack killing spree. This is Sakoshi as Terror Queens regains control of the river.
Very smart move from Terror Queens, but Virtus Pro also was too trigger happy with the Feather Airstrike. Cal trying to buy a little bit of a consolation prize.
Gets the taunt on Arena. One hit away from death, but still holding on to that immortality. Lord down to 30%. Cow can be dumped on by Luna Lin, stunned once again with hands all over again.
Again, even with a low cooldown, Terror Queens, they understand the window of opportunity where Sa uses the Feather Airstrike. Ku
misses the Fist Crack. Starsoy gets away. Last Insanity comes out, but Ku goes down. Immortality, Brenton playing Arena. And now being chased down. X-Borg will survive, but Virtus Pro now leads the dance.
a very different crew that we're seeing in this game again.
He tried to go in for the steal at the last minute, but caught, stunned, taunted, literally everything under the sun thrown at her, and the joy falls.
Ku is just sacrificing her own body. She was down low. She knows that has the zone potential from that Farsa is actually too much for Terra Queens to handle. Now Luna Lin or the Selena doesn't have that value coming in.
Mountain Shocker burns out the Faraga armor. Liv, you can see the 1-1 already becoming a problem. Level 15. And probably close to max build at this point. A Malefic Roar now completed for Star Soy as well. Terra Queens simply do not have enough consistent damage.
Macro game, bottom side pushed up. Terra Queens can't find himself to split. He got a nice Abyssal Arrow on to Daisy though. Virtus Pro just slowly waiting. At the very least, they could take out that T3 top side.
But they could be looking for an endgame where Predator comes up. Purify can be used. Sakoshi picks up the mega kill and chases Virtus Pro out of their base.
Smart move by Saw though, using fair airstrike. Oh, Abyssal Arrow. Latch onto Cow.
Revitalize comes out. Cow stuck behind the wall. Gonna be able to dash over it just in time. No more casualties here.
It's a bit of slow tempo. But that was a smart move by Saw using fair airstrike. You have that Purify on as well.
The Flicker Fist Crack finds Saw! Farsa will go down to the hands of the Badang.
It's a very, very even game after coming out from a dominant game from the side of Terra Queens. Right now, it's super, super eat up. It does look like Rui has a much faster farm over Star Soy, but this Rui is very sacrificial. That's why we talk about Joy not being in the meta as much. Either Star Soy or Liv, and basically you're a sitting duck. Rui should be looking at getting something a little more deep. Or trying to get that macro game going on. And for the side of Star Soy, easier to execute as Queens as part.
Well, I think they do have the heroes that can barely gets out with the play. I'm actually surprised that she's alive, but Virtus Pro now have easy control over the Lord.
Yeah, you also have the long lane getting pushed in as well. And Arena starting things off, trying to get a little bit more vision.
Playing Arena gonna be engaged on once again by Daisy. Here comes Rui from the side lane. And AOG used misses, but helps hold the front line. The two-man taunt into the moves, picks up mega kill.
The bottom waves, and now Terra Queens, they have to wait till Ku and Koshi comes up. Without the Aerithal, they don't really have that burst damage. The enhanced Lord will be in question.
Star Soy gonna start working on stopping from getting Rui trying to go for it, but it comes in Winter Crown. Rui punished for trying the 1v1.
Yeah, right now, a huge turn of emotions. In the first game, a lot of stress, a lot of pressure, and right now they're just having fun. Nice little outplay from Star Soy on a kind of a 1v1 against Rui. But right now in the late you have the zone potential from...
Yeah, we're seeing the quick 1-2 coming in here from Virtus Pro. They have definitely managed to adjust themselves back into this game. It's almost as if a little emotional breakdown we saw earlier never happened, and that's exactly what we're hoping for from these professional female teams. Terra Queens now running into an issue. Their comp highly dependent on finding the right time.
Back next up is the third lore of the game. The fourth lore of the game. This is going to look really scary, especially for Terra Queens. Do they give it up? Do they throw Rui into the mix? Because this Joy is super sacrificial, and that's why I think it is super difficult for Joy to actually come back into the meta. Yes, you can deal with the side lanes, but Virtus Pro has the Mountain Shocker. Try to go for that way out of any tight situations.
It's definitely still possible for Rui to make something happen here. It really just comes down to patience. She needs to wait. There's a sensation of wanting to jump the gun, of wanting to get those kills, but Missile Arrow connects. Gonna eat a lot of damage. Actually manages to fly away, but the Wings by Wings still has immortality intact too.
Pure up Farsa. Now 20 seconds until the Enhanced Lord spawns up. We have everyone from Terra Queens already in position. Crew already giving a little bit more vision on reconnaissance duty down to mid brush. As Virtus Pro, they're playing on the opposite side of that map because they know that the tower is in shambles. If they're able to take down that T3 up top side, Terra Queens has to watch their 6. Or their 12 for that matter.
Oh, here comes the Predator Airstrike once again. Ku goes in. Fist Crack connects with Saba. Daisy is buying so much time and space. Last Sandy comes in. Bursts down the immortality with the electrifying beats. Rui gonna be caught in front though, but Daisy finally falls. The big purple man finally taken down after such.
Yeah, the minion was there. You need to be able to find a way to block out Virtus Pro from getting in too close. His Rhythm of Joy onto Sa.
Predator Strike forced out. Rui eats a lot of damage, but will survive and dash away to fight another day. Mountain Shocker though, gonna scout out the entirety of Terror Queens.
Rui at half health is gonna be a
They're going for the
tricky
concealed
situation.
play. Who goes in with the fist? Connect with one AOG used defensively. Big Angry now alive. Electrifying beats comes in. Starsoy is gone. Another will fall. Double kill to Sakoshi as Terror Queens bites back with a vengeance.
Rui still has that, still eyeing the 3 members down from Virtus. That was such a good pickup. Pling Arena starting things off 0-11 for this export and giving a lot of space for Sakoshi to just gun everyone down. Another stun coming in. Liv taking a lot of damage.
Daisy in some trouble. Last Sandy comes out once again. Oh, look at the backline. The electrifying beats from Rui. Liv in trouble, but the cross
Play for Rui. Man, oh man, this is starting to look. This is both of these two teams playing on instinct right now. Rui trying to find flanks. She knows that she's sacrificial, but right now, since the Lord is being picked up, slowly marching up on that top side, they might be able to crack down that mid lane. Look at the burst coming in for Sakoshi as well. Liv can't survive from that Irithel burst.
The positioning really matters. Oh, Predator Strike might have been used too soon here. Ku goes in, gets caught between 5 members with Mountain Shocker. They'll be fine.
Is the Revitalize coming in as well? Starsoy!
Rui, okay, learn her
immortality.
lesson. She knows she cannot afford to take those. She doesn't know the position of the rest of VP.
They're desperate. They still have the Lord in the possession. Slowly marching down. That's a slow push up on that top side. Terror Queens eventually.
Here too, Sakoshi was slowly working. Rui comes in, forces the Wings by Wings out. And Cow! It is a 4v5 defense. Mountain Shocker lands on Sakoshi, but the last Insanity flies into the base. Terror Queens are turning it around. Double kill to the tie. Mega kill to Sakoshi. Liv and Sa the only survivors, but Terror Queens very low on HP, and the Lord will eventually fall. That will be the end of the push.
They're taking turns. Arena goes in, but hold on a second. Rui toying with death, but eventually a little bit more discipline to get out of the way. Still have a little bit of silver lining though. 30 seconds until Star Sword actually eventually comes up as Terra Queens continues their rampage onto the turrets.
The minions keep pelting against the base. Rui looking for live. Bursted down immortality, but the Abyssal Arrow! Unstoppable! The Terror Queens have done it! They have taken game number 2 and the series!
Playing from the back 70% of the game, and at the last moment, they played their cards right. Sakoshi coming into the fray, gunning everyone down and buying them the Selena out of the way. But at the last moment, just landing every single one of those abyssal arrows, Sadafa.
It really came down to the opportunity. Would the Terror Queens be able to create the situation, the perfect spark to take a game away despite Virtus Pro's dominance throughout the early and mid game? And somehow they did it.
To be honest, GG to both sides. This was a heck of a game, and Virtus Pro actually showed us that fighting spirit. Loop back from the second game, man. Whew, who do you want to hear for? Honestly, you know.
Came into this, we knew this was a confident team, a team willing to call themselves the Dark Horses, to predict victory many times in advance and turnality. They've done it again in their first match here at MWI.
To be honest, I thought they were sacrificial, especially Rue, especially Ku. The Budang, and coming into this matchup, I think the sacrifice actually paid off. Throwing her body, if she...
Adaptation. These players learned the game itself, and that speaks to a level of experience and maturity that we're hoping for from these female. Be one to watch, right? I'm very curious about what the players will have in position. I believe that is Luna Lin down there as well. That's gonna be very interesting. I think Luna Lin did a great job. So let's hand it over to Trex. You know, we'll let him handle things and ask the questions.
All right, another 2-0 Terror Queens come in strong. With me today we have Luna Lin.
Because they think like first game is so really easy game. So maybe the second game they just throw a bit and it's like, oh, we can lose, yeah, like that. And then they really seriously in late game.
Nice. Now, it seems like the other team took that first game a little bit hard. We saw some emotions running deep. Do you have any words?
Teaming also, so I said I want to say to them, good luck.
All right, and last question. In game number 2, you guys were falling a bit behind. Down at Lord, that probably bought you guys the time to win that game. What was going through your mind there? Take me through it just a little bit.
Like I'm thinking like my Roma gonna withstand to the enemy jungler. Maybe my jungler is cannot dash, yeah, because there is a Fovia hero also. So I'm thinking like, okay, I will use my scale 1 and scale 2 to lot, and I will try to get the lot. I just thinking like that.
And you did it. Before we toss it back to the casters, any words to fans, family, anything like that?
Can I speak with Myanmar language?
Yeah.
Thank you for supporting us, guys. Thank you.
All right, let's toss it back up to our wonderful casters. Thank you so much, Luna. It was amazing.
truly very player. Churros, that was quite a game, right?
To be honest, that one Lord take that Trex was talking about and asking about, of all of the heroes, Selena stole that, and I can't believe that, and I'm sure Leo can't believe that either. Let's pull him back in to see his perspective on the game on the sidelines.
I can believe it. Oddly enough. No, but really, I did not spend a second. This kept me on my feet. I was jumping, and then, ladies and gentlemen, what a sweep by the Terror Queens. Again, I think Trex got the right interview. I think by hearing from Luna Lin, we got a lot of the early game. We got a lot of what happened in those tight moments underneath the Lord. And we understand exactly what kind of...
I think the name of this series is Evolution, right? We got to witness the growth from both of these teams. Actually, Virtus Pro, we gotta give them props. Their game one really badly, all things considered, but in game two, they really picked themselves up, played comfort, dominated throughout the early to mid game. Whereas on the side of the Terror Queens, even though by Luna Lin's words herself, she felt like her teammates were throwing a little bit in the early game, it didn't matter. The goal is still that victory. You lock in, you do whatever is necessary, and even if your composition is not quite as consistent, you create those opportunities for yourself.
I do have something to say. A lot of pressure, a lot of emotions that you have to control, especially coming in from Virtus Pro. First game, dominating performance from Terror Queens. All right, that's fine. Like that, all the ways that they're playing around. Leo, man, this was, I know I was jumping, I was boxing the TV and
folks,
the screens.
In case you didn't know, like, there's no cameras around here with the games going on, but yeah, Churros was physically boxing the air as he was calling the match.
Pretty much. On my screen, by the way, you have your own screen over there, and you have to come over here and
I just want to be
box
closer to you, Sadaf. I think this was a really, really close game, just like that. And every single second was just nail biting for me.
Yeah, no, it's clear that Virtus Pro had an amazing reset. The reset of all resets. The team that played in game one was very different from the team that played in game two, and they were in control of this slobber knocker of a game for about 70-80%, and that 20% is what makes the difference. Look at this, 21 and a half minutes in, and the Terror Queens are still looking for ways to clap back. Mind you, they don't even have a mid lane inhibitor, and they were still aggressively pushing in. This is a team that understands and knows when they're the beatdown.
That confidence is not unfounded. The gusto, the passion, and the skill to be able to represent those words in the land of Dawn itself. And that is amazing to see. I give them credit for.
Made a believer out of me. Ladies and gentlemen, what a treat it is to have witnessed this long-standing rivalry go this way. Again, a brand new confidence in the Terror Queens after changing their banner, grabbing a couple of new friends along the way, but that is a sweep. Taking down Virtus Pro, we wish them the best, hoping that they come back stronger in Group C. Coming up next after this quick break, we do see Anna Smith get
Hello everyone, my name is Othel and we are gonna see the journey of the teams.
So we have our official, unofficial EWC drawing game.
We need you, one of you guys, to draw and another one to guess what is the skill and what hero is it.
And this is your canvas. Yeah. I see the first part of drawing. Number.
Kasi,
3.5 knife.
That's supposed to be a sword, but I understand why you say it's a knife.
is it Hisashin?
Wrong, it's not Hisushin.
Sing, 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 sing.
Let me give you a clue. The skill looks nothing like this. So good luck.
What skill that is?
To help you out a little bit more, I'll add sound effects.
Okay.
I think you'll get it.
Maybe you can do the movements to let Dai guess it. For context, this is the hero. You drew it horribly. Can we spin?
She got it. All right.
Zishan.
There you go. Now we've established that you are good at MLBB, but you're not good at drawing. And we'll catch you guys later.
It's my second time in Riyadh this year, and this city is beautiful. I see a lot of tall towers and very, very clean streets here. Last year, I had a lot of fun. The experience for me was all learning. I prioritize just growing out of the experience, and this year is to execute it for quite a while now, and I really, really want to win the trophy for North America. My first impression was everything was new. Like, I was surprised to see everything, to see how the things operated around EWC. This year, I am not as surprised. I'm more calmed about it, and the process of going through everything is much smoother. If somebody looks up to me and makes me their role model, then I'll be very, very much inspired, and I want to achieve more greatness for them to look up to and go out and seek and embrace the journey. Gaming remembered as champions and winners for 2025 MWI.
The action continues here live, coming at you from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Invitational for Mobile Legends Bang Bang 2025. Trex calling this matchup. We got another best of 3 coming your way. This time featuring Team Falcons Mena Vega from, well, they're representing Africa this time. They qualified through there.
Get it right.
Going up against WOW GG of Mongolia. Gentlemen.
I think this is going to be an interesting one. We've already gotten to see a taste of what MWI is preparing for us this year. A lot of
Yeah, I continue to track that. It's going to be great.
We're approaching Limitless, folks. Let's get to know Team Falcons here. Representing, again, Egypt, you have Velvet, Sunlight, Yui, Piven, Names, and Anuchi. I had the play competed for country pride at the IESF WEC finals, and even then they were proving us wrong. Like, I have to be honest, I shut them down. I shut them out. Like, if you're not from Southeast Asia, then you got to do something else to prove that you belong on this stage. But I saw them in action, and they were playing awesome heroes. This was in the height of Sicilian, and they were rocking that pretty well, pretty confidently.
So I guess they basically did do that. They went through the Egyptian qualifier first, then the African qualifiers, and managed to clean sweep KTG Esports at the end to become the representative for Africa here in MWI. And no, we asked them before this as well. This team actually said it was easy for them to dominate their entire region.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like so far every team has brought a little something different. I'm excited to see what Falcons Mena bring themselves.
Yep, we have notes on the draft as brought to you by Dr. Sulaiman Al-Habib. Those are the doctor's notes coming your way in just a bit. Very specifically for the draft, because Little Birdie told me that their jungle situation is something to be watched out for. The patch, the meta, it's in flux. Let's see how this squad will use that to their advantage. You're looking at WOW GG from Mongolia. You have Deja Vu, Force, Mike Wazowski, Ayame, Rika, and of course their sub here, Kairin.
For WOW GG Esports and for Mongolia as a whole, because this is the first time that the country has had its own representative in MWI.
Listen, my eyes are on Mike Wazowski. With a name like that, you gotta. Exactly. You gotta be a beast. You gotta be a monster. You gotta live up dominating and being those controlling players. So I'd love to see how she performs today in the land of Dawn.
If you're all about Mike, I'm all about Force, because she is a self-declared, get this, killing machine. So this is what I was alluding to in the doctors right now. Ling, Lancelot, Yusen Shin, one might argue. But on the other end, you have Sunlight. Sunlight is a self-proclaimed utility jungler. She's cut from Camden or something. Reports say she also rocks a Julian.
Yes, I did see that in the notes, right? Julian as a potential pocket pick here coming in from team as a potential sustain assassin jungler that's difficult to remove from the map, could have good synergy with certain healer supports that we have not really gotten to see just yet, but I'm hoping we get even more variety in the hero pool, because so far the female teams have still leaned a little closer to the meta we were expecting.
I don't know about the Julian just yet. I think we're still maybe a little early for the threes, where we're not seeing super target bans exactly, where it's not like all junglers on the ban field. It's still a little early. I think these teams are going to keep it simple. Maybe we throw a little spice here and there, but I think whichever teams make it to these best of fives later on, that's when we're going to start seeing some of those more niche picks come out.
And those are going to be cut from the group. I'd rather either a reintroduction of a hero or a debut. I'm looking at the likes of Selena. You know, was untouched. She was immortal. Like, she didn't. I'd like to think she didn't die once. If she did die, it was just in the heat of that final push. So if those kinds of heroes can come up in the first 3 or 4 hours of a new tournament such as MWI here at the Esports World Cup, what more in the following matches? Because there's 2 more best of 3s here today as we prep for this third one. I'm looking at Team Falcons to bring the spice, because knowing WoW GG, knowing the Mongolian metagame, right? We saw a little bit of that coming from the wildcards on the behalf of the Mongols. Mongols Pink, the team that WoW GG felled in the finals 4-2. So there's got to be some level of diversity or some variety that could come in, wherein, okay, I know what you're like to fight against. Dynamic. I'm hoping to see that.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic. It's an interesting chemistry when you see lots of different people come together to make a whole cake, right? And we all love a good cake. Hopefully we get baked a really nice cake right here.
Trex loves some
in terms
cake.
of gameplay. You
love
love cake. I love cake as well. We all love cake.
I have a quick point. You know, you mentioned all hands on deck for the Mongolian team, and from coaches to players from other teams. And I feel like when we look at the MENA team as well, the African team, whatever you want to call them, from what we heard from the lore, from the backstory, it was also all hands on deck for them, from casters helping them get sponsorships, from people behind the scenes. There is a lot of support and love behind both of these teams, and that is something that really excites me. It's not just about the games, it's about the community behind both of them.
You're right. From a community standpoint, these players would not be where they are without the help of passionate and very generous individuals willing to pay it forward so that the MENA MLBB women's scene would grow. And here we are now in the middle of what more could we ask for? Not to mention the individual stories of some of these ladies who had to fight tooth and nail and prove to their family that to play in a tournament like this, to live this life, to pursue that bread is worth it.
Yeah. So far, MWI 2025 has already demonstrated that it is, and all the growth that we have witnessed from these players, from just trying out becoming a pro, now playing on international stage, some of these players for the 2nd year in a row. It is really impressive, the achievements that they have accomplished, and just how much we've seen even the team from Earth face off here as well, right? When we look Vulcan, 9 to 12 plays, not really the best performance, but then after that plays finish. In the same way for WoW GG from Mongolia, as you mentioned, they took down the favorites, the Mongols Pink, which previously was the country's representative.
They were
and
queens.
Ending their streak.
I agree. I totally agree. I think it's an
Are you still?
I'm still here.
Are you still strong about what happened to open the day?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. My mind was still see him on the desk later.
All right, real quick, as an update before we jump into the draft here to start game 1, WoW GG. We opened up with a sweep by Navi MY up against Gaming Gladiators from NA, but that proclaimed Dark Horses. So now here we are, another region, well, two regions to be reintroduced, and to show what they've got here to prove that
Okay, jumping back a little bit. For those of you who don't know, there are actually 4 groups happening with 16 total teams across the MWI, 2 different streams happening at the same time. So if you guys are not catching all of the games, here's a reminder for you guys that 2 games are actually happening at the same time. You do not want to miss any of the action because these ladies are here to play.
we don't blame you though if you choose to stay with stream B.
Yeah.
We'll just
for
update
best.
Navi PH swept.
It's been an insane stream A over there. I'm not gonna lie. I was watching you guys from the monitor and me and the other stream on my phone, trying to catch both games at the same time earlier. It was intense.
You were cross-eyed trying to.
Yeah.
But that does mean all series so far across both streams have been sweeps.
Ooh,
When does it stop?
When does it stop? That's the question.
Right
When
here.
does it stop?
Trex is here now. It's gonna stop now.
You've been
Hot take.
you've been interviewed.
We're getting
Is that
we're
your
getting 3
curse?
matches right here.
Is that your
Or the
effect?
next one. Way back to even the men's teams and some of the other events, they've made it to top 8 once, and we've always kind of seen them fall a little short, but there's always been this hype around them, and I want to believe in the hype. I want to believe that they can show up, and so I'm going to give it to them today. I think they're going to take the win against Falcons Mena.
But in 3.
But in 3, 2-1.
So it's WoW in 3 for Trex. How about you, Staffa?
I would want to pick a different team, but in this case, I actually am gonna put my stocks on WoW as well. I think that Mongolia as a region is always a surprising dark horse, whether it be in the men's or the women's league. This is the first time they have a representative here, so I do want to root a little bit for the newcomers as well, their first ever appearance on the international stage. Also, their name is very fun to say.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay.
GG.
Gentlemen? Oh, did you give a score? Do you see a score?
I don't think I can predict a score right now.
Okay, I won't put you on the spot. And you know what? That Trex, it's okay to be wrong sometimes. Because I think Team Falcons are taking WoW down. Ladies and gentlemen, the draft has begun. Here we go. Game number 1, Coach Koba at the lead. With Coach Bebex taking care of.
Very much to Leo for calling us out and then leaving without giving us a chance to rebut. This is starting to become a pattern. We'll go ahead and jump into the first draft for our 3rd match here in stream. Gonna be for Red versus Team on the.
So we're going to try taking a slight Jushin this time banned out. And earlier today, we saw the Farza banned out and the other team take advantage of that by picking up the Jushin. Earlier, that was Luna able to pick that up. So this time the Jushin out. I'm wondering if maybe we're either side of Falcon focusing on a mage first pick here. Kimmy got as well. Farza is the next best thing.
But what is also interesting is that Zeusin and 1-1 are both good counters to tankier heroes, right? 14 Falcon, especially now that they've also decided to ban out the Farsa, all of these being more squishy backline DPSs. Wow, GG getting rid of the CC for their
meta enormous few days, along with a plethora of jungle, pretty much multiple lanes with a lot of freedom to draft and pick here.
Uranus is wide open, Baxia is wide open. The Arlet got first pick quite early on to device as well, but Baxia definitely going to be one of the more universal options. Already provides a direct counter to the Uranus as well, so that's why Team Falcons are okay with
to respond. Yes, the Basha does great into Uranus. Is it something they still want to pick up? I think it still can be a solid pick overall to give you that front line. You add something with a Matilda, which adds a little bit of shield. Now you're looking at a fast-moving, worry too much about.
Yeah, I think so as well. The Matilda is often used as a combination with
joy to me.
Same, man.
I mean,
I agree.
We finally have an EXP laner. We finally have those a dive EXP laner back. We have someone that can just cause mayhem and damage, and I'm glad it's here. But in terms of that, how do we deal with that Lapu Lapu on the side of Falcon?
Obvious ones, but already banned out by WowGG in advance. Otherwise, you'd have to go for more bulky side laners like the Uranus to just hold him in place, or try to win out the dive trade with something like a glue. It does seem like the former is the option for Team Falcons. They go for the Uranus since they already have the Baxia on their side as well. This gives them a very solid front line to play around. And then also the Zetian, which is instantly responded to with a Valentina.
Yeah, we were talking about the Valentina last night and how we barely see it anymore. But again, with all of these mages banned out, these start to be your only options left. Now, don't know not too many options for ults right now. I guess you could take the Zetian ult and be able to maybe get a world a little bit of hit all over the place, but still things up in the air for both. We need marksmen on both sides. We need junglers on both sides. Or Basha actually has been a jungle pick more often than not, but there's still the possibility for that flex.
I think Baxia jungle is still one of the better options, but it is definitely possible for him to be roam. Pick, I feel like it's a strength. If you watch the spotlight for themselves, said that Valentina, you can steal the ultimate. But you look at the longest cooldown ultimates in the whole game. It means that Valentina,
if that's the only ult you want, though, then I guess it's okay. Taking a look at the Valentina, at the Matilda, at the Lapu, it's a quick-moving composition from the side of WowGG. You've got quick rotations, you've got dashes back and forth in these team fights. It's a dynamic setup so far from their side.
Getting rid of the Moskov and Iritel now for WowGG, focusing specifically onto the goal lane matchup. Getting rid of these two makes me believe that they might be leaning into something like the Harif or Granger, but there are still better options that I hope they go for instead. What is interesting, though, is the Barat's ban from Team Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, the Barats, if they follow it up with a Fredrin, I guess it starts to make sense. Like, they're getting rid of that possible bulky roamer that WowGG might want to bring in, but they take out the carry instead. So now we're also limiting down onto marksmen. All we have left is what, the Granger, the Harith. We haven't seen the Bruno yet, but we've heard that it could be good overall. But yeah, I mean, mid lane marksmen, seems like both of these teams have their eyes on the damage dealers in terms of bans.
Might be good for WowGG to grab their goal laner in advance, but there is, of course, the risk of losing out the lane matchup if you grab it too early. I think Bruno is a pretty safe option, since there's not a lot of early game marksmen that's going to be able to deal with it in return at this stage, and I do think that WowGG is gonna need some pretty solid damage. With a Matilda roam, you are not as bulky compared to a Baxia Uranus, and you need a goal laner that's capable of taking care of themselves, but I go for the Granger instead.
And so Granger Valentina, a decent amount of damage. I do think they still could slot in a more utility-based jungler. On the side of Falcons, though, what I'm seeing lacking right now is totally crowd control. Yeah, they have this Atian ult, but that's only every, as you said earlier, every 60 seconds or so, 62 seconds or so.
Longer, isn't it?
And I think at level 15, it's like 62 seconds.
Okay.
So end game, it's at around 62 seconds. But I mean, after that, with the Uranus, it's a great pick, but something it lacks is crowd control. Something it lacks is a way to lock down this Valentina, lock down this Matilda, stop the Lapu Lapu long enough that you can actually take him out.
Yeah, right now, Team Falcon's draft is facing a similar... Oh.
Who needs crowd control when you just heal?
There he is. There's the guy. There's the guy I don't like.
And a Melissa pick on top of that. It's spicy. I lied.
I was hoping it would take a bit longer for this guy to show up. Estes.
That's your boy.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare
family.
accuse me of such a thing. I do not fraternize with this man.
I didn't say you had to fraternize with him. I just said you had to be his guy.
I feel
What's
like
going to be our last pick on the side of WoW
subjective
GG? What's the last pick on WoW GG?
Xborg looks like. I mean, Xborg's actually pretty good.
Beautiful answer.
Xborg is really good here, actually. Great against both the Baxi and the Uranus, and actually very solid with that last Insanity, since most of the Falcons will be grouped up for the Moon Goddess.
And now you have another ult as well for the Valentina, for your team.
True.
The thing about their team, though, is how close up are they all going to be? It feels like a dive comp. Feels like Xborg and Lapu want to dive in. But hold on. Who's the jungler on the side of WoW GG? Is it the Granger
Xborg,
or
right?
Xborg?
It's probably Xborg. Yeah.
It's got to be Xborg, right?
Xborg makes a lot of sense, since regardless of whether this ends up being a Baxi or Uranus jungle, he has a good matchup.
I like it. I think it's going to be spicy. Which draft do you like more?
The one that doesn't have Estes on it.
Okay, so we're going for WoW GG. We both did vote for that. I promise it's not going to be a bias cast here, but let's jump in to the Land of Dawn. It's game number 1. WoW GG up against Falcons Vega Mena.
All right, looks like it is going to be a Baxia jungle. You provide them more space to rotate around on the map. Looking at the emblems set up as well. We got Impure Rage on both foes and Rika, and then on Zowski for overall staying power.
So, I mean, Leo was right. We get to see some more debut picks in another series. And not only do we see some debut picks, we also see the Xborg in the jungle, which is the debut position on the last series debut pick. I mean, they just keep switching it up on us. And how much farther is it going to go?
I mean, I love it. I love seeing some variety and like, oh, Rika could be in some trouble here.
Takes a little bit of damage. Will he be able to dash away? Forced to use the flicker. Is able to get a bit of poke off and will be safe.
All right, that's good. Team Falcons has to make use of this Baxia to really start causing pressure. It's going to be difficult for them to keep lane priority across the map, since Estes will naturally be a little bit slower and doesn't do all that much damage. But the more presence he shows in the side lane, the more easy it is going to be for Velvet and Names to make their presence known and start scaling up into the mid game, where Velvet and Sun will become very difficult to handle.
Ooh, a lot of damage on Ayame. WoW GG forced to kind of take this slow here. Now, I want to talk about that Xborg because we felt like it was a good pick against the Estes. But for me, that's more of an EXP lane Xborg because you don't want to blow that last Insanity too early. Like before Turtle, before Lord, you want to try to use it to secure those big objectives. And now, foe, speaking of the devil, take a little bit of damage. Might get taken out. Here comes Deja Vu. Into the backside, gets the stun onto you. Slams down onto Fiven as well, but now Deja Vu needs to try to get out of here as Velvet hordes away Ayami, keeping him away from the team, keeping her away from the team. Back onto the Turtle here. Velvet now also keeping space as Mike Wazowski has to run away and Team Falcons take the Turtle.
Yeah, really well played by Team Falcons and a great call as well. Knowing that at this stage of the game, foes doesn't have enough items to actually threaten their frontliners, they can just run him down, especially if Ayame is already showing somewhere else on the map. Getting rid of the enemy jungle immediately means that you can just go for the Turtle, and although Deja Vu did try to cut off the back line, the damage was unfortunately already done, and Team Falcons can just back off with their spoils. First Turtle going to them, a 1k gold lead in 3 minutes.
I mean, it's a big gold lead. A lot of times you'll see teams at least secure something in response to losing the Turtle. WoW GG, not able to really get much minion play, get much tower play, or even get a kill on the board.
items almost picking up on.
So aggressive overall, and foes might not be able to get away from this. The frag armor does pop. Team Falcons just ever so aggressive in the first few minutes.
Yeah, and so much rotational priority, and because of that, Team Falcons can keep walking and rolling around with sunlight, providing help to the side lanes, and they're still fighting.
Yeah, they're looking for this tower. They want to send.
It's so disgusting to me. The fact that 4 members just dive the tower and barely take any damage in return really does not feel particularly fair, especially when you also have that Boxia and your ranges, since again, no mid lane prio from WoW GG. Foes doesn't have enough items yet.
Not only that, but if Yui on the ZTN, wait a second. Circling Eagle does get the knock-up. Foes trying to get some chip damage down. Deja Vu Danger, Ayami goes down as Names drops the shots. Names takes another one. Foes falls as well. Velva on to Rika now. Foes just trying to pick up the pieces, trying to get away, but they're not going to let it happen. Not today. Sunlight picks up a kill, puts it on the board, make it a turtle as well. 4-2 for the side of Team Falcons.
All things considered, that started off not too bad for WoW GG. They were able to effectively split the team fight in half and basically ignore Velvet to try and go for the backline. But again, it comes into the play of there's not enough damage when you have a Valentina on your side, especially against an Estes. Even worse here, it's so much easier for Velvet to survive, actually whittle down the backline, and Team Falcons were able to regain control of the team fight. Towards,
I mean, even wow. I mean, and the thing is, Deja Vu's doing the right job, even able to get the kill on to Fiven there, but it just was a little too late. And by that point, WoW GG's all split up, and Team Falcons just takes advantage at taking them down one by one by one.
Yeah, WoW GG probably needs to play it a little bit slower. Ideally, wait for the mid game, get around 2 or 3 items on foes, as well as Mike Wazowski. If you can get a little, definitely going to be controlling the stage. You are not getting through this until you have that armor pen, until you have that anti-heal.
They can literally do nothing to Velvet right now.
Yeah,
they're gonna have to use so much of their utility to try to take him out. Foes on the X-Borg, I like the idea, but I think Team Falcons just has too many answers for it. You have the Basha who can quickly close the distance, get the stun onto the X-Borg, buy some time to get down the frag armor. You have the Estes who can get the second skill, slow him down, not let him get away. And the thing is an X-Borg has to get kind of close. It's not big range. He's not a super quick hero, and I think we're seeing the problem here, but now a lot of damage. Here comes the ult. Everyone gets stunned up, and Team Falcons closing in. The blessing does come through to heal up the team. Deja Vu once again tries to flicker back. He is able to.
That's actually not too bad for WoW GG. A 1-for-1 trade here is actually pretty solid, and they were actually able to finally take down the Uranus. Unfortunately, Team Falcons are just able to top themselves up completely with the Estes once again. Take a free tier 2 up top, instantly rotate, pick up a free turtle. Having access to these really bulky, high rotation tanks alongside a portable fountain that is Estes allows them.
Falcons groups up like this down now just by using the ultimate, just by looking for a knock-up, just by looking for some space. If anyone enters that death circle, it's tough, man.
Even worse so, Team Falcons picked up this lineup there. They had already seen the Valentina and the Granger. They're well aware that WoW GG just doesn't have enough AoE damage. Even though the X-Borg was actually a pretty solid final pick, it might not be enough. They're gonna try and find Velvet by himself though.
Velvet might go down for this one. Might not be able to get away. Poe's able to get the kill there. The stun does come in for ZTN. Ayami almost goes down. WoW GG should be able to take a tower, but they're going to lose one on the boss side as well.
Yeah, it's not really an ideal trade. Velvet and a tier 2 tower is very valuable. So it looks like Team Falcons aren't going to be able to rotate back in time. Rika sticking around to get a tier 2 up top. Sunlight, will they find them? Oh!
Now he's alone. Mike Wazowski tries to get away. Foes does come in the nick of time. Mike Wazowski, she's able to dash back. Followed up by the last Insanity. Foes trying to escape Fiven here. The cutoff is coming, but Ayami's there to make sure they're safely to get away.
It's actually very surprising that Mike Wazowski was able to get out of that one. It's quite lucky, quicker than the rest of Team Falcons, so they weren't able to come back her up in time to pick up a potentially easy kill. Rika being able to get out as well actually ends up meaning that trade is good for WoW GG. They trade 1 for 1. They're actually able to get a tier 2 up top. They are definitely still in this game, but a lot of it rides on whether Rika can continue farming well.
Okay. Do we think it's the right play to just keep on targeting down onto Velvet? I don't know if it's the right target. Ayami did use the Circling Eagle. Once again, it's a big utility use. For now, not even getting the kill this time.
I think WoW GG doesn't really have much of a choice,
Fair.
Unfortunately. The only target they can really find is Velvet most of the time, since she's the only person that is not standing next to Fiven.
Foes looking for a possible steal here. Can the last Insanity come in the nick of time? Yes. Does pop up. Fiven taking a lot of damage. Taking some damage. Drops a double kill for names. Taking change. Velvet finds one for himself. WoW GG on the back ropes. They do take the Lord, though.
They do take the Lord, but it ends up being a 1 for 3 trade. The fight started really well, actually. All of the AoE from WoW GG landed on top of a big chunk of Team Falcons, but because Havoc in the backline not allowing her to continue contributing damage and them losing their front line. Oh, Velvet!
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Rika finally starting to output.
That's what we're looking for. Fury of the Phoenix comes down.
Oh, do they want to push this? Names comes in once again. Oh! She's taking names, pulling their card, clocking their clocks. WoW GG, every time they want to make a move, they're just pushed back. And at this point, the Melissa is looking good.
That was the most you are approaching me situation that I have ever seen. Names realizing they're chasing the now Fiven in trouble.
Fiven. I mean, at this point, though, we've seen Fiven go down a few times. Yes, that is still a win in the book for WoW GG. After Fiven drops.
Yeah, this whole time we've been talking about the Estes combo with the tanky frontliners, and we've just been forgetting that names exist on the map, right? This Melissa is now 5-1. We can see in the highlights just how much pressure she was emitting, literally walking up forward, using the space created by the rest of the team because of the intense dive from WoW GG to rack up those kills. And now this Melissa is the actual main issue.
I mean, Melissa is a hero that on paper has looked good. Like, in theory, to me, has looked good against a lot of dive comps for a long time. You have the go away. You have something that's supposed to be able to help stop things like Lapu Lapu, help stop things like Matilda, help stop some of these dive heroes. It just never really ended up working out. It is definitely something, and it's something that we could definitely see possibly in the future against comps like this.
Yeah, it's a hero that requires the correct setup and the lineup to play a hero. She still ends up being a very obvious target for artillery mages and long-range marksmen a lot of the time. In this game, there's none of that threat, right? The Farsa was already removed in the ban list, and then you have Sunlight and Velvet holding the front line. Fiven can just stand next to you and keep you topped up regardless of the situation. It's very easy for names to find the space necessary, and WoW GG needs to adjust their approach now. They cannot afford to just simply get melted down.
All right, so taking a look at the gold, it's not too far apart. WoW GG is still very much in this game. Getting that tier 2 on the top side is going to pay off for this Lord right here because they're even in the long lane. Ayami takes a little bit of damage there. Deja Vu pops the Bravest Fighter, able to get the stun, the heal. The Phoenix Fury comes down, the stuns just aren't enough. Back in the backside, Velvet tries to zone him away, but Rika gets the kill. And now they're fighting back. Rika pushes forward, pushes back. It's 4v4 right now. 1-for-1. Lord still up.
Dude, I hate Estes ult so much, man. Deja Vu literally did negative damage in that engagement, and all you gotta do is press one button and stand together. Lord gonna be taken by names right here. Even forces out a flicker from Ayame. Things are not looking good for WoW GG.
Foes goes back to base. They decide to give up the Lord. I thought we might see a last-minute, last insanity to try to get. Florida's going to be the game-ending.
His defense, foes should be able to burn down quite easily, and Rika is actually building up a good amount of damage. They just got to make sure they don't get caught in a bad spot. I do like the way that Zetian ult has been being used so far this game. It's one of the more effective utilizations of the hero, because so far today, we've seen it whiff a lot of the time. It is being used correctly to really set up the team fight for the rest of Team Falcons, and that is making things much more difficult. WoW GG, they want to try and avoid this doing as much damage as possible.
All right, they're going to try to push in. Lord will get the connect onto this top base tower. Ayame gets the knockup, but has to try to get away. Velvet just ever so persistent in staying in the faces of WoW GG. Minions continuing to close in right now.
Still probably one of the best results they could have asked for, though. Forces out a flicker from Velvet as well, but Team Falcons trying to push their way into the base.
I mean, they're doing everything they can. Not enough to take a base tower, at least not yet. WoW GG doing great at the defense, knowing their limits. I mean, even hanging out in the faces of Team Falcons with 30, 40% health. The tower will finally drop, though, as Sunlight and Velvet crack the shell. Here comes the knockup, a little bit of damage onto Sunlight. The stuns land down on both teams. Velvet low, Deja Vu finally taken out because he bravest fighter, a little bit too deep. Foe gonna drop next. Names able to get the kill. Another tower falls as well. WoW GG against the rope. It's 2 up against 5 members of Team Falcons. They're gonna close the distance. They're gonna take down the base. And they're gonna take game number 1.
It is not even a fight here. They've thrown at the wall. They are fighting in their base, and it feels like death. Number 1. Let us Trex, what do you think about that?
In the end, they showed that relentlessness non-stop. They didn't want to let it go any farther. They knew Rika was starting to come online. A lot of teams might have backed off after that Lord there. They might have just, all right, we got 2 towers, we got a tower, we're going to chill, we're going to...
And watching games like this once again pushes my vendetta against Estes as a concept. No, don't you dare. Don't you dare imply such a thing.
I love Estes. You know who else love Estes?
Yeah?
Leo.
This hero single-handedly won the Philippines its 2nd World Championship in a row. I'm talking M3, hashtag we want Estes.
Yeah,
Bring the code,
that
baby.
contributes to me disliking the hero. Like, seriously, dude, every single fight, like, WoW GG throws so many resources. They spend multiple ultimates. They actually don't do too bad a job of whittling down their opponents. Vivin presses a couple buttons and everyone just feels like they never took damage at all.
I think to address this, we have to go back to the root, right? How did they decide to answer the Estes? Because it was in their face. There was no going around it. We were going to fight an Estes lineup. WoW GG, what did they do? They put an X-Borg into the hands of Foss, the self-proclaimed killing machine. I don't know if y'all are looking at the same thing, or if you know the same kid as I do as X-Borg. That's not a killing machine. That is a shink. So already I think WoW GG, specifically their jungler, Foss was coming in with a deck half shuffled. Like, it's not all in. They weren't fighting on fair ground. All this while, Team Falcons, Vega Mena, they were just, like they were so comfy on so many levels.
Yeah, I will definitely concede that point. As much as I dislike the hero, I will definitely accept the fact that this was the right game to play Estes. They saw the Matilda. instantly. They know WoW GG is not going to have damage in the early game. In fact, they're not going to have damage for a very, very long time. You add on the fact that they were given access to both Baxia and Uranus, it's easy. It's so obvious that you go in for healer gameplay.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's easy. It's about when you press the buttons. And I think Falcon Mena's timing was on point.
Yeah,
it's about when you hit that ult, right? It's about when you use the go away.
It's not what you got. It's when you use it.
It's when you use it.
Yes, my teammates' health bars.
Just the way they use the Estes, I think there's a lot of genius in how they're willing to throw Velvet out there. And it takes a very specific kind of XP laner and communications for that to work. Because if you're down one member, if you're down one bit of peel, and then your gold laner in names is in trouble, which by the way happened a lot. Kudos to WoW GG for trying to make that happen, because they did throw enough at names. It just wasn't enough. Like, it was too little too late. And I'm so happy that there's a successful debut once more into the environment of patch 1.9.90 hotfix. The Melissa. This is a win. Again, every series, one new hero gets introduced. Technically two.
That one was two, Estes and Melissa.
No, Xborg.
Xborg.
No, Xborg.
We saw
Xborg earlier.
Xborg Jungle.
Xborg Jungle.
Okay.
Xborg Jungle. That's new. So, what does this mean for WoW? They're just setting it up. Do they ban the Estes, or do they draft more earnestly so they don't get blindsided like that?
I think it's the latter, because in the end, there's a reason you don't see much Granger and Valentina anymore. They can still be good in the right compositions, yeah.
The former was like yeeted out of the meta.
Pretty much, yeah. Like, it's not like they're impossible to play around with, but there was no reason to pick them up so early, right? There's no threat of them being stolen away, and you could have still adjusted the position. The only reason I could think of that they would go that early is just to keep the draft open, you know?
Yeah, the Xborg, I think they could have definitely drafted that different and possibly got a win there. I totally agree with you, Leo, that the Xborg was a rough answer at the end there. They saw the Estes. It would have, I said it earlier, it would have been a good answer if it was in the EXP lane. It could have been a decent answer if it was elsewhere on the map. But coming in the jungle in the hand of Foss, it just didn't really feel right. It wasn't able to do what it was meant to do. My big problem with it was you can't use your ult to attack when the Estes pops the ult, and also use it to get a Lord or a Turtle. You're caught between these two things, and there's just no real answer there.
And I think you're overbearing the ult. Because, yes, Last Insanity did get buffed essentially by adding more rotations and changing the way the damage is dealt, but again, that's not something you can control. It's not like a Puncture or a Tempest of Blades or Phantom Execution that you always have a calculated time to trigger. This is still down to RNG and how many stacks of the overburn you have as the Xbox. So, yeah. Maybe this is an idea from coach, right? Maybe this was the right solution at the wrong time because Team Falcons know how to play around it.
I want to take a look at Deja Vu here, because Deja Vu did play a great game in this early stage. We see Deja Vu plenty of times get back to that back line, split up Falcons Mena. So I'm wondering what exactly happened. Was it that Velvet was also splitting up the side of WoW GG?
Pretty much.
Every time he went in, there was no follow-up. I guess in the end, Falcons Mena was doing it better?
Deja Vu, if there's anti-Melissa operation, she did well, and I think she did better than Velvet, because Velvet, at some point, was just annoying. Like, I was as scared of the... She was literally about to kill Yui or named... Wames has a go-away. He's just built to counter that stuff. And I think this was This was a game that was won on the draft alone.
Yeah, I agree. Because, yeah, Deja Vu was doing a great job. I also agree that she was probably doing better than Velvet overall in splitting up the fight.
Or Foes.
Yeah, or Foes. But, yeah. This odds were really stacked against WowGG here because of how they started that draft. I still think that Xborg is a good option. Isn't exactly going to help you out.
It's a band-aid for a bullet wound.
Yes.
I like to say. Trex, this does still go down to your make this go that direction. Like, what's the change
They're
in
gonna
game 2?
2-1 them.
Obviously.
They're gonna 2-1 them.
Obviously. But what's
how?
the change? Like, how, sir? Don't tell me what.
They're not gonna pick jungle Xborg. I hold strong. They were like, oh wait, we already picked our EXP laner, and they just had to
Coach, Xborg, what?
So no, I think, yeah, like you said, and like we've been pointing out, Deja Vu played amazing. A lot of their team during that end game, once Rika got online, Rika started playing great, was able to get the perfect distance on a lot of those shots, was able to poke, dash back and forth. A lot of the members of the team played well. I just don't think they were given the right cards to play with. So this time when it comes to draft, give them the right cards, give them what they're comfy with. Don't get thrown off by some Estes pick that Sadafa hates. Just play your game and do your thing.
Pretty much, I agree. Because, yeah, despite the fact that they were facing a lineup that's really difficult to handle with their hero comp, very good at engaging team fights, deciding when to actually take engagement. Rika was actually able to farm up quite well, stacked against the odds, against sustain heroes and healing supports, right? So going into the next game, you gotta keep your tools a little bit more open, maybe try to lean towards the meta towards the early stages, and I think you gotta respect the Baxia as well on the red side. There's a reason teams usually ban the hero on the side. It opened up too many things because instantly WowGG couldn't pick the Uranus
and take us all the way and even win the series. I think one way to do that is to get back to their identity. I think of all of them, Deja Vu still played a very Deja Vu game. Force, I think Force is a huge reason why they weren't as successful in game number 1. Put a Ling in her hands, a Hayabusa. I'll even say like a Yisun Shin. Like if you can find a way to put a Yisun Shin into the hands of Force, so she can become the killing machine that she was born to be.
Also, I mean, in the turn, we saw Kimmy get banned. There's a lot of room for change-up, I feel like, that can still benefit both sides. You don't have to give too much by dropping one of those and switching it up to give yourself the Farza, to give yourself the Jushin, to give yourself some damage on your team.
Or maybe even in a proactive manner, attack your opponents, give Sunlight a hard time. Force jungler, not that hero pool gets checked and only, the Yisun Shin, the Ling, the Lancelot, only those are left out. What if that happens? We'll see if WowGG's got it in the bag to do just that. Coach Bebex chooses to go blue, while Koba goes ahead and says, we're going red, girls. Game number 2 with Team Falcons at match point. We are going to switch the scores around. Trex and Stafa, y'all take care of business now.
All right, we'll try our best, Leo. We'll make you proud. Let's jump into, and there is going to be a side switch happening here. Uranus and Kalea banned out by WowGG, and the Baxia that we talked about earlier banned on the red side by Team Falcons. So we can see that they have proper respect for the hero.
Yeah, I mean, there's already some targets coming in. There's already some change of targets happening. The Basha gone, but it's Falcons who actually ban it out. They're a little more on the scared side to let that through over to WowGG, and with Uranus gone, we're forced to see some change happening.
I think it is good to have some change. Really thinking about it as well. We've already come into this competition knowing that WoW GG likes leaning more into assassin jungles and Team Falcon. WoW GG
are a lot. They took out mages. But at this point, first pick solid overall. I think something not too crazy. The Farza's open. I think the mid lane has been a decent out anyways. With that banned out, I do think the Farza could be viable up front here. You don't want him goes well, but it lacks mobility. It lacks everything that the Farza has in my book.
Yeah, I agree. I think Farsa is just one more universal and safe picks, even though it is a backline DPS option that could be easily cancelled. It would cost opponents a lot of investment to actually take care of her effectively every single time, as long as the positioning is on point. With the Zeus in man out as well, I feel like WoW GG needs to consider the possibility that Falcons wants to go for another utility tank jungler comp. It looks like WoW GG likes playing the Matilda, and that's going to be their first lock-in.
Matilda's solid. I mean, again, another solid pick. You do give up a lot of opportunity for Falcon to also just kind of build their draft here, and there's still plenty of utility junglers that they like to play. It's what they're comfortable with, and I'm just wondering if WoW GG needs to kind of prepare for that a little bit earlier. Now with the ZTN picked up from the side of Falcons, they could honestly just go for a very similar draft to last time.
But last time did hinge quite heavily on the Baxia and Uranus just being impossible to kill. There's not a lot of heroes in the pool that are going to be able to match up to that level of bulkiness. Gatot does actually come pretty close though, so there is a chance Team Falcons is leaning in that direction. WoW GG gonna go exactly as we predicted here. The Fredrin comes out to combo with the Matilda. So interestingly enough, still not putting foes on an assassin jungler. And they'll also lock in the Kimmy.
I mean, this is a big switch up, right? We expected to do that when there's still things like the Bosch out there. When there's things like the Fredrin out there, if you don't have any answers to those assassin junglers, fall behind with an assassin jungler. If you fall behind with something like that, you're in an even scarier position because now you're losing more opportunity for damage.
The fact that Team Falcon makes you wonder if this is names, and it certainly worked out quite well for them in game number 1. Now the question for WoW GG going
ZTN, who doesn't have a lot of dashes, is more of a I'm gonna sit close to my roamer, I'm gonna sit close to the rest of
up to WoW GG to decide if it's going to be a threat or not. Because Team Falcons are definitely in a position where they could pull it out again. You go for the thing is, tank junglers, we've only got they played in game number 1. WoW GG ban out the Yi Sun Shin instead. So Mork, so
Makes sense as well. They could ban out something like the Hayabusa here. Now, against something like an Essus, if they can't handle going against whatever composition they bring, without a good jungler that can try to go Lords, you still win those turtles, which are huge in the game.
looks like that is the priority then. YoGG having Kimmy will already give them pretty good mid lane control. This is one of the best level 1 mid heroes in the game. Clears quickly as well. The Matilda
Block still open, right? Ling still open. Hayabusa still open. All have been popular picks if they decide to go for something.
really good combo with the Estus again. Wow, GG is suffering from a similar issue as the previous game too. Matilda.
Okay, so this time, WoWGG though do get some damage on their side to help deal. What do you get to deal? I mean, you could go for the Exborg again, this time just in the EXP lane. You have enough damage with the Kimmy. And the care. Maybe we finally see that Wrath pop up.
Well, it's possible still that this Gatot is actually a roamer. And then we could see a completely different EXP lane to deal with the Esmeralda. You could go something like a Dira. This point would be pretty good against Esme and Fredrin. Glue also.
Seconds
No,
left on the
not
clock.
no.
There it is. Your favorite hero in the land of Dawn, Falcon. And keeping it pure. Ooh. They
At least deal with Estes still. Like, yes, carry is going to be very
comp. And what WoW GG brought here is kind of a late game scale comp. They take some time to come online here, and by then, if you haven't already gotten a lead, Estes is a problem. Maybe they can capitalize on the Kimmy, maybe they can capitalize on the mid lane control, maybe look for some ganks on the off lane, but if they can slow down Team Falcons in this early game, they have a chance.
Yeah, WoW GG gonna be very heavily dependent on this mid lane here. Since it is an Estes Zetian, WoW GG 100% has mid lane priority. We can see that they're able to clear much more easily. So there's going to be a lot of attention on Mike Wazowski.
Mike Wazowski, I'm always watching. Taking a look at the items, nothing too crazy overall. I haven't seen a Fredrin versus Barats in a long time, Sadafa.
Oh yeah, you're right. That was like the classic, right? When like, tank junglers like were
M4.
The thing.
Yeah, that was definitely, and you're right. The Barats does do well against the Fredrin. It was finally an answer to it because you're able to get that Detna's welcome right around Lord Pit to stop the retribution from coming from the Fredrin and try to get the steal. So that's what we're going to be looking for in terms of Turtle Pit and Lord Pit.
The thing is that Barats doesn't get a lot of play these days because even though he is still quite strong in the early mid game, once the late game comes about and all the items really build up, Barats is super squishy. But Team Falcons have circumvented that with the existence of Pavilion on this Estes, so they will be able to play quite similarly to game number 1, where don't lose out early game too hard to avoid this fate.
All right, so first turtle of the game, Sunlight holding things down. I'm looking like she's full stacked up. Mike Wazowski showing up to the party as well. It's a 4v3 now. G to stop the fight, and now Falcons turning it around. Boss on the run. An Ice of Praise's Wrath does land on a 2, but Deja Vu taken out. Team Falcons gonna be able to take the first turtle.
Yeah, this is a bit of a concern. 3-man Falling Star Moon was actually really good from Deja Vu, but Team Falcons just groups up, heals all together, and the Fury of the Phoenix AOG combination was actually really good as well. Perfectly timed to ensure that Velvet would get the 2-man knock-up and then control the fight and force WoW GG back. We saw in the gold lane as well that Names is now 1 level up on Rika too, so Team Falcons has control of the early game. And that is basically the only point where WoW GG has a chance to create space for themselves.
I mean, both the XP laners of both teams have been making great plays. We look at Deja Vu and we saw, like you said, the 3-man Falling Star Moon. You get the stun, but if that AOG didn't connect, that fight would have went so much different. WoW GG may have been able to secure some kills, get past the Estes Hill, but even though Deja Vu makes great plays, Velvet also continues to respond with great plays.
Yeah, you can see Velvet very comfortable on these heroes that just jump in, assist the team. And if she's able to come in at off timing, even better. Yui is able to set those off timings up very easily, but at the same time requires a good amount of coordination. You can see that this is a team with a lot of experience together. They've played together for many years at this point, and that experience is pretty.
Ooh, a little bit of a play onto Sunlight here. A lot of damage. Brings Sunlight down to about half health, but it's still not enough. The assist is just too much. The heal, the sustain, and now they roll back over WoW GG. Just when things were looking slow, WoW GG tries to make the attack and pays the price.
Oh no. Why did they buff Estes? Why? Why did this need? That healing is gross. Look at it.
Look at this.
Look at the
They
healing.
started the fight,
They
though.
engage on Sunlight,
Wow,
drop him to
GG
half HP, actually get the taunt. Suddenly, they are not doing anything. The Appraiser's Wrath comes in, does a good amount of damage. All of the damage gets healed up. They just chase him down. They just walk down mid lane. It is like they are going out for tea time together. Wow, GG is fighting desperately for their lives, and Team Falcon
isn't too far behind. I don't think they should have been trying to take fights here. It was 0-1. It was close. It was even. I think with their composition, they should be trying to bide a bit of time. They want to get Rika online. They want to get Mike Wazowski online. They want to have some time, and they're pushing the limit a little bit too much, and now they're
anchoring macro positions. The Faction Pulse is good, but look at Team Falcons, man.
Yeah, I mean, another tower down. Names is now over Rika. And we saw how Names played last game. We're going to see that once again, I got a feeling.
Oh man, we're 6 minutes in, Trex. I feel like I might have to call it. I don't know if WoW GG is gonna be able to do anything about this anymore. They need to just completely avoid team fighting, try and play the map, split up Team Falcon so that Pivin cannot get maximum value out of the Blessing of the Moon Goddess, and try to funnel all of their gold into Rika. There is no other way to play
game, to because eventually the Brats will be a bit squishier. Yes, they have Vivin, but we saw last game, Deja Vu did a wonderful job Vivin from the rest of the team. It's all going to be about timing here for WoW GG and fights. And here we go, locking on to Vivin, goes back, but gets caught, go away. Names continues to outplay. WoW GG continues to be in shambles. Team Falcons just move after move, groove after groove.
It actually wasn't a bad timing. Pivin and Names were all alone, and a pickoff there would have been massive, but the Fury of the Phoenix providing backup anywhere they need on the map is stopping WoW GG in their tracks every single time.
Yeah, but the thing is, Ayami on that circling eagle made the call for, instead of trying to stun Fivin and go towards tower, tried to go into Names. Names pops the go away.
And this is not a burst to marksman.
This might be a hero we see some more of. Falcons are cooking right now. I mean, they're bringing something different to the field, and it looks good. It looks like Ube is back at this point.
Oh no, my worst nightmare has come to life, but not as bad as WoW GG's situation here. 7 kills to 0, 8 minutes in, and we are already looking at a 6k net worth lead as well. Even if they try to
this one, they're good. It's just a circle of heroes you gotta stay away from at this point. It's a bowling ball. It's a snowball. It's dangerous.
They need to push out the other side of the map, but in order to safely do that, they need vision. And Ayame is just not tanky. They could have sent Deja Vu or Rika to the bot lane to get a push out, but they didn't know if someone would be waiting to ambush them. And that is precisely because we're playing this style of game.
Can we just point out that it's 7-0 right now?
Yes.
It's 7-0. Team Falcons, and the thing about this is they're playing it aggressive too, man. They know when they have the lead. At first, they were willing to slow pace it. WoW GZ is the one that tried to be the aggressors, and now Team Falcons like, fine, now we have an 8k gold lead. Now we're gonna run this lore down your base.
Team Falcons is well aware that they control the early game. As long as they continue farming up the mid game, they can end it before WoW GG even just falls still up.
All right, so what does WoW GG do at this point? They just try to stay away. They try to defend. At this, you don't aim for the...
But they're not very good at clearing those either. Look at both. Oh my goodness.
Solo brought back to base. Mike Wazowski as well with a target. Tower minions are coming in from all angles. Foss trying to clear the waves, trying to pull them away. Gets gobbled up, and the Daytona's welcome. Shot back, stunned against Ayami. Down comes the falling Star Moon. There's a bit of damage onto Sunlight. Mike Wazowski trying to fight back, gets the kill, and Team Falcons finally pushed away.
Mike Wazkowski really found the correct one. That traction pulse was actually huge. That is the first kill that WoW GG has been able to get the entire game. And that is after they have basically lived in their base for the last 2 minutes. That's how much it takes from room. But they don't have a lot of the map left to actually get farm in, and they got 2 marksmen that are still craving gold.
At this point, they're getting spoon-fed by Team Falcons. It's like, okay, you can have this wave, I guess.
You eat when I tell you to.
Get to chart right now.
Need armor on the Barats and the Gatot specifically to counter out Mike Wazowski, which means that Rika really needs to come online. She is still not complete with the Trinity yet, but going to be pretty close pretty soon. In comparison, Names just completed her Malefic gun. So that's going to make it even more difficult to jump on this Melissa in the first place. We got Flask and Enchanted Talisman. Typical build for the Estes. Otherwise, everything is pretty default, and WoW GG has a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah, I mean, Rika hasn't even gotten third S for this Lord. I don't know if they can defend this Lord.
Yeah, it seems unlikely. At least WoW GG are going to be able to avoid fighting entirely and just back off. But this next Lord is going to
Talking about them purple yams you buy in the Philippines. I'm talking about Team Falcons Mana. Lord does go down. They're trying to close in. Velvet with the AOD gets the knock-up. The damage onto WoW GG is just too much. The Ube's back, baby. That's a 2-0 sweep.
Yep, another recreation of game number 1 as Team Falcons casually walks their way into the base of WoW GG and says, "This is my home now." Another 2-0 clean sweep going over to Team Falcons.
What a game. I'm speechless. I mean, they did that so cleanly, so perfectly. They look like, I'm not gonna say it just yet. I'll wait till Leo's here, man. But those girls played that textbook right there.
It was great. It was an excellent draft. They knew exactly what they were doing. But man, I'm so sad that Estes did so good here. I feel like WoW GG needed to adjust it. Like they were aware that the Estes come. I feel like they changed their draft to prepare for it.
We all knew it was coming, I think, as we got into that second phase of the draft.
Yeah.
We knew it was coming, but even me and you were looking.
I feel like Esmeralda was a weird option. I feel like going for Matilda so early is very risky, and then you pick up the Fredrin when you know the Barat is still open. There were a
and I'm just repeating it again and again. First things first, I want to give you a huge congratulations on your win against WoW GG. It was the first game of
Overthink tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. Who you are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's who you are. Who you are. Who you are. That's when you remember who you are.
This land is calling.
You're watching Stream B of the MLBB Women's Invitational 2025 live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, here at the Esports World Cup. My name is Leo, at your of today, and for the rest of the week, join here by of the day. It's another best of three. This time between the ECA and Turkey, we got Rising Rage and Foot Esports.
I gotta say, before we get the ball rolling, I feel so short next to you guys. God dang. It's like you guys are sandwiching me, but
this is not the first time this has happened. Why does it have to come out now?
I don't know. It's just
it's
just a nice little segue over to Rising Rage
to ease the tension, because these are two teams that we have. I personally haven't met them.
Yeah, newcomers. Both
they
newcomers.
Are from developing regions when it comes to women's MLBB. Mind you, if you were introduced to last year VSG, have a Rising Rage, and they'll be facing off against Foot Esports, who has a solid MLBB esports ecosystem in Turkey. It's just that we haven't really met much of the women.
We're starting things off with Rising Rage.
Yeah, I mean, Rising Rage is a team that I really have my eyes on. Last time, like you said, VSG, they make it to top 4. One of those members, Kyoe, was on another team, only got to 3rd place in the ECA qualifiers. Rising Rage took out all of those remnants and are the new stars of the region. And if they hold up to ECA standards overall, they are a team to be feared.
All right, sad as it is that we're missing out on big names like Kyoe, Synchro, Evredian, Every, Asuna, Bondi, and Zephyrica playing for sub. So these ladies, they're fresh faces, and I'm always up for new names. I'm up for new dreams to come true. This is Rising Rage.
Speaking of new names, new dreams, we have new picks, new strategies that ECA can bring to the table. Enough with that Uranus, enough with the typical picks that we've seen before. You know, Falcons brought back Ube. I'm excited to see what Rising Rage is able to bring to the table this time around.
That's a high bar to try and beat. Team Falcons Vega Mena did re-debut, reintroduce, and with very much gusto and a lot of success, the Ube strat. I wonder what the ECA's reps here will do, given that they are playing out of the region that had the Brave draft for the men's league, the MCC. So yeah, no, definitely the envelope is really high, the expectations are really high. Trex, you said that it ends now. Last game, last series. I don't think it ever will. I think we'll keep seeing new series. I think we'll keep seeing new picks. I think series will keep getting swept. Although the second part I don't want to see. I want this maybe to go a distance.
At least give us one. Give us one best of 3. Give us one, you know, give us one big match. Give me something to be entertained. You know, I'm not saying I haven't been entertained, but there's nothing like a good, you know, reverse sweep, a good back and forth, some ping pong. Give me something to play with.
We could try. So with that said, it comes down to these two. We
Those top teams play against him yet, because that's what always ends up happening when we watch these events. It always takes until we get to the knockout stage to see what really comes out in the laundry, right? So yes, I do think he will continue to stay as a hot pick. Will he continue to be 100%? Tell, but right now he definitely deserves a spot in the meta.
Yeah, I don't think anything is unbeatable. We've seen the rise of like Esmeralda come out and don't want to spend any time with Uranus. Like any time you spend with Uranus is time that Uranus wants you to spend on them, because Churo, you mentioned how Uranus wants member of a lineup, and no true lineup benefit from Uranus being around, because you want to break your opponent's formations, their battle lines, and these answers I think are going to be more important. The life and death of Uranus falls on the shoulders of the teams who are willing to let it through and then answer. We've seen in the wild card. Teams are
Sort of like
not yet, hasn't been picked yet, but
we're teasing it.
I was just about to say, Benedetta, something that okay, fine. You might not beat him in lane in the 1v1, but you can beat him in rotations. And since he's with it, or just banning it out.
Where I approach it is not on a lane to
island.
the jungler and the EXP, I like to say it's more of like a tit for tat. You trade for a tanky EXP lane. So
One
that's
or the
what the
other.
Uranus, yeah.
There's like a balance.
It has to be a balance. So the Uranus actually gives a little bit more mobility. That's why you last MSC.
Who was in?
Gentlemen.
Look it up. I'll
Okay, I'm
keep
gonna
on
look it up. I'm
talking.
gonna look it
Either
up.
way,
I
my
don't
point
think
is
that's
it
true,
wasn't
dude.
even really.
Angela,
Estes?
the Estes again, maybe the Matilda. Is coming up, so high priority bans over on the side of Rising Wave.
I think the Freya band's interesting. I've been seeing, like hints at it, at least on like, YouTube channels and things.
Yep.
I think the Freya band's interesting. I've been seeing, like hints at it, at least on like, YouTube channels and things. I think the Freya band's interesting. I've been seeing, like hints at it, at least on like YouTube channels and things. Possibilities of it. We saw him in Japan qualifiers.
set on becoming MWI champions in their first time here on this stage. The structure, as Pina talked about, yeah, very evident in their play style. But maybe you, Fasha, but you can discuss a little bit more about Pina's skills and counter.
We've heard from the side of last year whereby Angelus would deny, or should I say restrain from using assassin jungler probably because he was not even the
before it got the buff. So I'm not counting this hero out just yet. In the way that things have been going, literally anything is possible. Basha gone, Uranus gone, ZTN gone as well. With ZTN gone, the next mage is on the chopping block. Have to be their Jushin, Barza, right? And
well, but Kimmy, though, we want to talk a little bit about this.
And it's also the time for Angelus somehow giving her confidence. I think from that year, the years itself.
First reworked, you had the catching pulse, you could do sort of like a Tigger implosion, but you're still in every probably 20 seconds or so.
well, I think one of the problems that Kimmy's been having, though, is it's paired up against the Fars a lot. And that range is tough to deal with. And right now, as far as it can get countered, but I think it could be. Is it? Right now, honestly. utility jungle. You normally are going to go something like the Fredrin, Basha, something of that. Nature. Maybe we see the Barats again, but you have enough damage to slot something like that in your draft.
It kind of works with the Eastern Shin since the Zetian is already out of the picture. So it's pretty easy to execute right around the jungle. It's one of the fastest jungle clears in this. Meta as well. You have some form of vision control as well. So they want to pick the situation up. They could, unless if not, go for the Lancelot or the Ling. It's a little bit more safe, but yeah, it could be any. Anything, unless you want to go for the CC as well, just to counteract the lane-to-lane matchup against the Phovius. And then you can match that tempo, match the speed of rotations down. Down into the objective takes.
Yeah, so I mean, Rising Rage continues to take their time here.
Yeah.
On the clock. I mean, yeah, the veil messed us up
The
too. So
veil
I mean, it
messes
makes
up.
sense. You know, I was like, wait, what's going on here? I don't have this in my notes right. Now we're not ready. So yeah. As we continue to wait on this pick here, so you think they're going to go damage?
I think it's better to try to get an even matchup with the EXP lane and try to get some assassins going. Going on, because right now both teams are actually not picking up any assassins. Not too sure about Rising Rage. As of this moment, I know one of their comfort duo picks is the Angela and the Alice combo as well. That we've seen from Virtus Pro, but then again, might not work out too well if Reboot Esports is able to have something more aggressive into the jungle.
Yeah, I'm guessing at this point maybe
A bit more
we're just
technical
not seeing.
difficulties.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, that's what I'm saying,
guessing-
Shreks.
I'm like, yo. What's where's
can
this
only
pig at? I
hypothesize.
can only hypothesize. So much at this point. Maybe we'll just jump into the game. We get to just do a free fly. We get just see exactly what happens. You know, maybe someone over there wants to tell us. exactly what got picked here. They do look serious. I'll
But they
tell
do
you
look
that
locked
much.
in, like-
They look locked in right now. I'll say
I think something
that.
about the graphics. I don't know what is going on right here, but
It's okay.
hopefully they're experiencing the same thing as us, and we'll have a remake real soon. But
or maybe the draft is just continuing at this point, and they're just like, you know, it looks like the draft is continuing at least. On their side,
and then we'll just wing it into the game.
game.
Yeah,
We're
jump in
just
and laying it
jumping.
down. Just
This is
throw
how
me
we
in,
like
baby.
it. This is how we like
Exactly.
it.
Keep it for action with us then, right? Who's your vote on this match?
I would, man. And
We didn't
you're
get a
putting me in a
prediction
tough spot, though.
We didn't get a prediction in.
I would say right now, I think EECA has a lot to prove, being a newcomer in the scene as well, not a lot of exposure for the most part. They had some form of their their potential in the previous MWI. But now with a change in the roster, they want to prove that EECA is definitely in the region and they are a strong contender. But it does look like they're actually in the bands. You can see the phone right there.
Oh,
They
yeah,
have three
yeah.
picks
Do you
on
see
both
anything?
sides, and it's the second phase on Bear.
They are probably the favorites here, but to keep things spicy, I'm excited for him. Honestly, I think out of all the, this could be that for anyone just tuning in, number one.
See, and man, hopefully they sort of grab wing it now. They seem like okay, second phase of that bands, but what are you?
Second phase of the bands?
What are you hypothesizing?
I mean,
that's coming out?
We're just gonna guess all
We're
all
just
the
gonna
drafts.
guess all the
Right,
heroes,
so
yeah.
We have the veil of village that really happened. At least see. Right. We're back to the same draft now. So yeah, if it's Veil there on the side of foot, I'm gonna call it in here and go for the. They pick up the Granger here.
Okay.
There you
Pick
go.
up the Granger. I would say Rising Rage would definitely go on Eastern Shin. Threat for the Veil and can get into the backlines and try to take him out of the game. Before things go south. What left though? I mean, yes, we got the fall.
That's on the other team.
Why is this on the other?
A little bit of damage already. Nora Asuna with the 1v1, 2v2. But Every continues to outpush the damage. Rising Rage up against Food. First minute in.
I think we got to slow down. I think we got to calm down because we're seeing the draft for the first time, ladies and gentlemen.
Tigreal?
That is a Tigreal.
Okay.
Okay, let's see how this thing plays out. We
talk
have
about the
lost
draft.
so much time for that. Zendaya taking a lot of damage, though. I think she will be safer now. As Asuna getting the Tigreal up, I think what they want to play is around the Xayman Force. Mako goes in with the Xayman Force and tries to disrupt any of these team fights, but I don't think we'll see a value of Tigreal until the really late game when Mako actually comes into the team fights.
Yeah, I mean, overall, Rising Rage, it's an aggressive composition. You have a Hayabusa who wants to jump in, wants to find flanks, wants to find angles. You have the Kimmy who's going to output damage. And then you have Carry to melt as well. It's aggressive. It's what we want to see on the side of Food Esports, though.
Three greedy heroes. Asuna getting stunned up, push back.
A lot of damage on Asuna. Asuna might not be able to get away from this one. Zendaya takes the kill. Nora able to just get away. Rising Rage falling back.
Good aggression from Food Esports. And this is what we want to see with an aggressive team, especially from Maria with the Eastern Shin. You want to be able to get that early game snowball and turn that snowball into an avalanche. First turtle game getting spawned up. Food Esports in a better position contest for this one. They don't have Asuna in question. Maria taking a little bit too much damage though, but they are still safe and sound.
Yeah, turtle up. Unohana able to get the Infernal Pursuit. Nora as well pushing him back. Feathered Airstrike comes down as Unohana keeps Rising Rage at bay, but maybe too deep.
Ooh.
Finally drops. Gets the kill, actually. Every falls, and Unohana finally pays the price, but that's a good trade in the book of Food Esports.
Good is an understatement. They took out one member of Rising Rage as well as the Turtle to their names. So this is pretty much a good trade. Unohana actually committing highly with that Phoveus. The issue with the Phoveus in the late game especially is that you have to deal with the carry. So if you're in the face of a huge skirmish or a huge team fight, that's when things will definitely go south. But Foot Esports getting the best start that they can have, as Rising Rage still needs to wait until that late game. Bondi really needs that the Trinity build to come online, especially since you're dealing up against two really tanky boys. Don't really have a lot of vengeance. So right now, the revitalized will come in handy dandy in the early game.
You know, just to point something out. There was no veil.
Oh, there was no veil.
It was all